I plead with you that this program is transmitted live. And we have people watching us from all over the world. If you have not been designated to perform in any capacity, please just sit down and listen. We discourage needless movement around the podium, inside the hall. If you have not been assigned any official duty, please just sit and listen. I'm going to hand over the microphone to the compares now, who are going to lead us through this program. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Graces, dear Reverend Fathers and Sisters, Your Excellencies, the Chairman of the day, our esteemed guest speakers, our invited guests, our dear noble teachers, dear brothers and sisters in Christ, good morning to you all. I welcome you all to this 4th Education Summit organized by the Archdiocesan Education Committee. This Education Summit is organized to renew and to refresh us of things we may already know and to teach us of things we do not know. And so I want to encourage each one of us gathered here today to dispose ourselves to this great academic event. Let us make this event a very impactful one on us, especially as we impact knowledge on the future of our society. And so permit me to invite Reverend Father Peace, who would introduce our guest of today to the high table.
I would like to stand on the existing protocol as I invite the guest of honor forward. We are having today someone who's going to be joining us eventually. The chief host of this event is Grace Most Reverend Dr. Gabriel Leke Abeguri, in absentia for now, but he will join us later, as well as the Archbishop Emeritus, His Grace Most Reverend Dr. Felix Adeosin Alabajob. I also have the honor to invite forward the chairman of the day, Professor Emilo Lorun Ayelari. Please let us clap him forward. Second on the list, I would like to invite forward the guest speakers of the day. The guest speakers of the day. And first on my list is Professor Elizabeth Emeke, who is the chairperson of the Education Committee. You're welcome, ma. Professor Ma, our guest speakers are to be over here, ma. Let us put our hands together for her as she goes to the dignified seat. Second on the list, I also want to invite forward Professor Benedict Emunemu. He's also one of our guest speakers. You are welcome, Professor. Let us put our hands together for him as he comes forward. Third on the list, I have Dr. Sylvester Eze, also one of our guest speakers. You are welcome, Doctor. Let us put our hands together for him, please. The fourth and final speaker, who is yet to join us, is Reverend Father Dr. Felix Kingsley Obialo. Let us put our hands together for him in absentia. To continue the invitation of those to the high table, I would like to invite forward Very Reverend Father Boniface Wuraola, who is the Education Secretary of the Catholic Diocese of Oyo, as well as representative of the Bishop, Most Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Badejo. Let us put our hands together for him. Father will join us later. I also have the singular honor to invite forward the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, whether the person in person or the representative. Let us put our hands together for them. Okay. To the high table also, I would like to invite Dr. Chinyere Woods. Let us put our hands together for her. I also invite for the Chancellor of the Archdiocese of Ibadan, Very Reverend Father Dr. Anthony Omolade. You are welcome, Father. I also honorably recognize the presence of the Pastoral Secretary of the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan, in the person of Very Reverend Father Dr. Richard Omolade. Let us put our hands together for him. All right, Father, the audience needs to see you. Thank you very much, Father. I also gladly welcome and invite forward Mrs. Agnes Iyaniwura, member of the Archdiocesan Education Committee. You are welcome, ma. Those that would also be joining us later on, we have the President, Archdiocesan Laity Council, Mr. Oladokun Olujide. You are welcome, sir. You can move to the high table, sir. We also have the President, Catholic Women Organization of the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan, Lady Clara Oke. You are welcome whenever you come. We also recognize the coming of the President, Catholic Men Organization, the Archdiocese of Ibadan, Mr. Felix Adoro. You are welcome whenever you come. We also gladly welcome the President, the Catholic Youth Organization of Nigeria, Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan, Mr. Innocent Happy Ezem. You are also welcome whenever you come.
And to these events, all of us cannot be seated at the high table. So I welcome each and every one of you to today's event. And so to begin this our program of today, I would like to invite the person of Very Reverend Father Anthony Ayodeji Omolade to give us the opening prayer. Father, please.
Let us please rise. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Our help is in the name of the Lord. God our Father, we have gathered this morning as a community, your children in the Archdiocese of Ibadan. We have come to deliberate to discuss on how to educate further our children, ourselves. We are asking you to send your Holy Spirit among us to direct our affairs, to inspire the speakers, to also inspire the listeners, that what we are going to do today will be to the glory of your name and for the good of humanity, especially in the Archdiocese of Ibadan. We ask this through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Please, while we remain standing, we will now take the national anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be our symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To add unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. The national pledge, please. Let us be seated, please. At this point, my dear brothers and sisters, I would like to invite forward the chairman of today's event, Professor Ayilari, for the welcome remarks and the opening remarks. Professor, please.
His Grace is otherwise absent. Most Reverend Dr. Gabriel Leke Abegurin, the Archbishop of Ibadan Metropolitan Archdiocese, and our keynote speaker for this year's Education Summit is ably represented by our own very Reverend Father Richard Omoladi. Kindly permit me to respectfully acknowledge the presence of distinguished personalities here with us at this summit, not minding what our compares have earlier done. On that note, Your Grace, I respectfully recognize you as our Chief Shepherd of the Ibadan Metropolitan Archdiocese, and I wish to welcome you as our keynote speaker. We are still expecting Emeritus Al-Baba. Your Grace, Emeritus Bishop of Ibadan Metropolitan Archdiocese, Most Reverend Dr. Felix Alaba Adeosi Job. You are most welcome, Baba, to this year's Education Summit. We can clap for Baba in absentia. You will get it when it comes. Bishop, Your Grace, Bishop of Oyo Diocese, Most Reverend Dr. Emmanuel Aditoishi Badijo, ably represented by the Secretary, Kali Diocese of Oyo, Very Reverend Father Boniface Uraola. You are most welcome. We are still expecting the Permanent Secretary or his representative, Minister of Education or his representative. When they come, we'll recognize them. Head of Affairs, LIE, Office for Ibadan North, Ibadan Southwest, Ibadan Northwest, and Ibadan Northeast. I don't know where he's here. Rector for the SS Peter and Paul Major Seminary, Reverend Father Tony Bekele, is here. Please clap for him. He will meet his class. Well, our Chancellor is already on the high table. The Chancellor of Ibadan Metropolitan Archdiocese and Austin Parish Priest of Our Lady Sister of Wisdom Chaplaincy, Very Reverend Father Dr. Anthony Omolade. My father, you are welcome. Our Pastoral Secretary of Ibadan Metropolitan Archdiocese, again, Very Reverend Father Richard Omolade, Omolades and Omolades. We have about 5 Felices, or Felix, I would say, in this event today. I've called one Ababa, Felix Alaba Adeoshejo. You will get the other Felices now. Dr. Shinyere, who is our special guest, you are most welcome. I recognize you. The President of the Assistant Lady Council, Mr. Felix Oladokun, I hope he's here. You are most welcome, my brother. President Kali Women Organization of the Archdiocese of Ibadan, Lady Clara Oke. Mommy, you are welcome whenever you come. President Kali Men Organizations of the Archdiocese of Ibadan, Mr. Felix Adoro. CMO President, okay, it's not here yet. Whenever he comes, you are welcome. President Kali Youth Organization of Nigeria, Sion of the Archdiocese of Ibadan. Happy, innocent, Ezim. Are you here, my brother? Not here yet. Of course, I must also respectfully recognize the heads, the list speakers for the various topics for discourse. And these are, before I leave that one, let me also recognize Mrs. Agnes Yaniwura, a member of the Archdiocese Education Committee. Mommy, you are, okay, you are there. Yeah, our list speakers. I have Professor Adenike Elizabeth Emeke, a former CWO president of Our Lady Sister of Wisdom here, and a former director, Institute of Education, University of Ibadan. And the chairperson or the chairman, is the chairman, you call yourself or chairperson or, okay, or the chair of the Education Committee of the Archdiocese. She will be leading us in the discussion on Pope Francis' Global Compact on Education and African Education Pact to this African Catholic Education's mission. We also have Reverend Father Dr. Felix Obialo. Are you here, Father? Not yet. Well, he will lead us on the discussion on effective administration for quality assurance in Catholic schools in Nigeria. I have my brother here, Professor Benedict Emunemu, the sitting president of the Parish Laity Council, president of the Parish Laity Council of Our Lady Sister of Wisdom Chaplaincy. You are here. A former head of Department of Educational Management, you are, and a member of the Archdiocese Education Committee. It will lead the discussion on effective educational management for economic empowerment, innovation, and resilience for Catholic schools in a digital economy. And we also have Dr. Sylvester Eze, who leads the discussion on engaging Catholic schools in psychologically enhanced program for holistic development. You are welcome, my brother. I need to also recognize the fact that this summit is being closely anchored or supervised by Very Reverend Father Richard Omalade. You can see them sitting where they should be there. Reverend Father Frederick Samuel and Sister Priscilla and another Felix. Reverend Father Felix Akinyode. That's the 4th Felix down. Eminent guests, other distinguished participants, members of the university community here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 4th Ibadan Archdiocese Education Summit, holding here at the John Paul II Hall of Our Archdiocese of Wisdom Chaplaincy, University of Ibadan. We thank God that we fixed today for the summit, and it is already holding. Thank God for that. May His name be praised forever and ever through our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Participants have come from far and near, and so we also thank Baba God for bringing you all here safely to the summit. I welcome you all. The theme of this summit, the keynote address, the topics for discussion, the professional expertise of the speakers invited to lead discussions, as well as the caliber of the participants here in attendance, accentuate the pertinence of education in our schools. I have a strong belief that this conference will help draw attention to the contemporary issues and challenges faced by stakeholders, including education administrators and management, students and pupils, teachers, service providers in our schools, proprietors, and governments at all levels, local, state, and federal. I therefore expect that participants will not only highlight these issues, but will provide credible and workable solutions that will lead to speedy and sustainable growth and development of our schools. I'm sure our Pope Francis will be happy at this. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sure we are in for an exciting and rewarding time. I wish you all an enjoyable, fruitful, and memorable conference. To the keynote speaker and other list discussants, I wish you safe delivery, as I'm quite sure you will do justice to your topics. On this note, and with the kind permission of His Grace, who is ably represented by Reverend Richard Obalade, I hereby declare the 4th Archdiocese Summit open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for this kind welcome. So without delaying us, I want to invite the person of Very Reverend Father Richard Omolade, who will be delivering the keynote address on behalf of the Archbishop, Most Reverend Gabriel Leke Abegore. Father, please.
Global Compact on Education in the Nigerian Context, being the keynote address of His Grace, Most Reverend Dr. Gabriel Leke Abegure, at the 4th Archdiocesan Education Summit of the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan. The Vicar General in absentia, very Reverend Fathers, consecrated men and women, all our invited guests, our education committee members, dear teachers and pupils, parents, and all other guests. I am delighted to welcome you to the 4th Education Summit of the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan. The world is moving forward, and education geared towards the formation of the human person cannot remain in the same position. Contemporary education must be intentional, proactive, and purposeful. And that is why the United Global Compact has become crucial today for many aspects of human life, including the education sector. The concept of the Global Compact on education is closely related to the United Nations Global Concept. What is Global Compact? For the United Nations, the Global Compact is a strategic initiative that supports global companies that are committed to responsible business practices in the areas of human rights, labor, peace, the environment, and corruption. This UN-led initiative promotes activities that contribute to sustainable development goals to create a better world. In other words, it is an initiative that encourages various segments of human life to align their strategies and operation with universal sustainability principles and goals of the United Nations. Put differently, the Global Compact is a call for groups and peoples to adopt sustainable and socially responsible policies. Here, the obligation is not left in the hands of individuals, but calls on corporate groups to be involved. It is thus a large corporate social responsibility initiative. This is also in line with Pope Francis' call to be good stewards of creation that he highlighted in Fratello Tutti. The United Global Compacts are good values to be pursued by all. No wonder the church has also embraced it, and I urge all our schools to embrace them so as to make the world, and especially our local environment, a better place for us and for the future generation. While the focus of the United Nations is on businesses and multinational corporations, it involves all of us, especially those in the education sector. Change requires formation of heart and mind to be effective. If we do not form our people, no value will be imbibed by them or utilized for the good of all. Consequently, everyone in the education sector must embrace the Global Compact, teach them to others, and help them to understand them and what is expected of each person. From the 10 Global Compact principles, we can see the relationship with the SDGs, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. These goals are meant for the good of humanity, and if we do not act now, the consequences will be adverse on all of us, including the coming generations. To change course, in other words, for us to live better, let us educate ourselves in responsible and sustainable ways. We must hold ourselves responsible. Only then can we hold others accountable. Our church already identifies for us the marks of Catholic education. In other words, the value systems that shape our approaches to providing education in the world. These are the values we have been committed to for many centuries and have served us well. Now that the secular world is ready to embrace these principles, let us work hand in hand with them and equip our children with contemporary skills much needed for sustainable development and success in the world today. The United Nations Global Compacts call on us to focus on human rights, labor, the environment, corruption issues, health, and human development. These are not problems for one nation, but the whole of humanity. True solution and sustainable solution will require collaboration and innovation. We need our schools to take initiation as a priority and see it as necessary for the survival of the world. It is with this in mind that we can understand the Global Compact on Education. On the Global Compact on Education, Pope Francis asserts that, and I quote, "We consider education to be one of the most effective ways of making our world and history more human. Education is above all a matter of love and responsibility handed down from one generation to another." End of quote. Hence, the congregation took up the initiative in the 2020, but the outbreak of COVID-19 slowed things down until many local initiatives added traction to the initiative. Thus, the Global Compact on Education is an initiative promoted by the Vatican and Pope Francis. With all that is going on in the world today, the Global Compact on Education is the church's effort to help all educators imbibe the mission of the church to create fraternity, peace, and justice. It is a clarion call on educators to promote care for others, peace in the world, goodness in society, and fraternity in order to build hope, solidarity, and harmony. The Global Compact explores ways for the world to rise above the challenges facing the world today in the sure hope that Catholic education has a role to play. No wonder, in the initial video conference that sets the ball in motion, it was ably titled Global Compact on Education, Together to Look Beyond. May we just rise and welcome our Archbishop Emeritus, Archbishop Felix Alabar-Job. Baba, you are welcome. Okay, you may be seated. I repeat again, no wonder the initial video conference that sets the ball in motion was ably titled Global Compact on Education, Together to Look Beyond. On that occasion, on 15th October 2020, Pope Francis said, and I quote, "As such, education is a natural antidote to the individualistic culture that at times degenerates into a true cult of the self and the primacy of indifference. Our future cannot be one of division, impoverishment of thought, imagination, attentiveness, dialogue, and mutual understanding. They cannot be our future. Today, there is need for a renewed commitment to an education that engages society at every level. Let us heed the plea of the young, which opens our eyes to both the urgent need and the exciting opportunity of a renewed kind of education that is not tempted to look the other way and thus favor grave social injustices, violations of rights, terrible forms of poverty, and the waste of human lives. What is called for is an integral process that responds to those situations of loneliness and uncertainty about the future that affects young people and generates depression, addiction, aggressiveness, verbal hatred, and bullying. This entails a shared journey that is not indifferent to the scourge of violence, the abuse of minors, the phenomenon of child marriage and child soldiers, the tragedy of children sold into slavery. To say nothing of the sufferings endured by our planet as a result of a senseless and heartless exploitation that has led to a grave environmental and climatic crisis. End of quote. The dicastery has offered 3 tools to implement the Global Compact on Education: a Vade Mecum, a book entitled Education Between Crisis and Hope, and an exemplar on an agreement that can be used at the local level to create an operational alliance to put into practice the Global Compact for Education. It is thus imperative that all of us in the education sector commit ourselves and our schools to the Education Compact of the Church. I therefore urge all our schools and educators and our pastors to make the following. First, to make the human person in their value and dignity the center of every educational program, both formal and informal, in order to foster their distinctiveness, beauty, and uniqueness, and their capacity for relationship with others and with the world around them, while at the same time teaching them to reject lifestyles that encourage the spread of the throwaway culture. Second, to listen to the voices of children and young people to whom we pass on values and knowledge in order to build together a future of justice, peace, and a dignified life for every person. Third, to encourage the full participation of girls and young women in education. Fourth, to see in the family the first and the essential place of education. Fifth, to educate and be educated on the need for acceptance and in particular openness to the most vulnerable and marginalized. Sixth, to be committed to finding new ways of understanding the economy, politics, growth, and progress that can truly stand at the service of the human person and the entire human family within the context of an integral ecology. Seventh, to safeguard and cultivate our common home, protecting it from the exploitation of its resources, and to adopt a more sober lifestyle marked by the use of renewable energy sources and respect for the natural and human environment in accordance with the principles of subsidiarity, solidarity, and circular economy. Finally, dear brothers and sisters, we want to commit ourselves courageously to developing an educational plan with our respective countries, investing our best energies and introducing creative and transformative processes in cooperation with civil society. In this, our point of reference should be the social doctrine that, inspired by the revealed word of God and Christian humanism, provides a solid basis and a vital resource for discerning the path to follow in the present emergency. I am happy that we have reached out to many experts who will examine the various issues related to Education Global Compact, and especially within the Nigerian environment. I'm confident that together we can chart a way forward that will yield good dividends. Your Grace, very Reverend Fathers, Reverend Sisters, all our invited guests, our dear teachers, and everyone present, on behalf of His Grace, Most Reverend Dr. Gabriel Ojeleke Abegurin, to the greater glory of God and the good of humanity, I hereby declare open the 4th Education Summit of the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan on this day, 17th January 2024, the 11th year of our stewardship in Ibadan Archdiocese. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father, for the wonderful keynote address given on behalf of His Grace, Most Reverend Gabriel Leke Abegore. And my dear brothers and sisters, as we also welcome to our midst His Grace, Archbishop Emeritus, Most Reverend Felix Alabajo, I want each and every one of us gathered here to please rise as we give him a resounding applause of welcome. Thank you very much. Let us be seated, please. Your Grace, you are welcome. Permit me to also recognize amongst us the person of Sir Babatunde Obalana, who will also be helping us to coordinate this event of today. Sir Obalana, you're welcome. So before we go into the topic of discussions, I would like to invite all our presenters, the head of schools, representatives of different schools to please come forward so that we can have a group photograph for the summit we have today. Your Grace, our invited guests, our speakers, head of schools, and representatives of our different schools, please come forward for the group photograph that will be taken before we commence with the discussions of today. Please let us come forward. While His Grace is returning to his seat, and while the group photograph was taking place, the representative of the Commissioner for Education of Oyo State, Sir Kayode Okeshade, arrived. You're welcome, please. So may I humbly invite Sir Obalano to give us a citation for Professor Adenike Emeke before the discussion.
If I decide to stand on existing protocol with my size, I'm sure protocol will choke. Why are you people laughing? A very good morning to every one of us. I will want to wish us a very wonderful, happy new year. Please, it's good to laugh. You can laugh again if you like. Citation of Professor Elizabeth Adenike Emeke, my boss at the Education Committee, Shama. Professor Adenike Emeke, who had her university education at the prestigious Nigeria's premier university, University of Ibadan, obtained her research-based doctoral degree in the discipline of educational evaluation in 1996. She became a professor on 1st October 2007 and has been carrying out research and teaching at the tertiary level for well over 25 years, as well as being involved in contractual evaluation of programs and projects and consulting services. She has also served in various capacities at different levels. She has been teaching courses in research methods, tests, and measurement, educational evaluation, construction of questionnaires and rating scales, as well as evaluation and monitoring of programs and projects at the postgraduate level. Professor Emeke's teaching career at the university level has spanned through the diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. She is experienced in providing leadership in educational research and evaluation and in serving as program leader in educational research methods in a university environment. For example, she was a sub-team leader in the study on monitoring of learning achievement, MLA, carried out in 2004 by the Institute of Education, University of Ibadan, and jointly sponsored by UNICEF and UNESCO through the Federal Ministry of Education. She played the same role in the project National Assessment of Educational Performance, NAEP, 2007. In 2011, she led a team of researchers at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, CUEA, Kenya, on 3 research projects. She also, yes, please, you can clap, please. I think that's worthy of clapping. She also facilitated workshops at the university. Today, she will be presenting a lead paper on this at this 4th summit of the Education Ibadan Archdiocesan Education Committee. I present Professor Elizabeth Emeke for us. Thank you. All right, let's give her an applause once more. Thank you very much, Prof.
Your Grace, the chairman of the occasion, the representative of the Commissioner for Education, all other protocols duly observed to save time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are happy to be at this 4th Education Committee, Education Summit of the Archdiocese of Ibadan. And what I'm to share with us, is Pope Francis' Global Compact on Education, which I abbreviated as GCE, an African Education Pact, AEP, and its relevance to the Catholic education mission in the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan. I have my topic outline. We are going to look at 7 major outlines, and I will end with a conclusion. By way of introduction, I'd just like to say that this sharing with us this morning will explore the connections between the Global Compact on Education, the African Education Pact, and the Archdiocesan Education Mission, that is the mission of the Archdiocese. We may ask ourselves What is Pope Francis' Global Compact on Education? I'm happy that we listened to the keynote address by His Grace, Most Reverend Leke Abegunrin, who was ably represented by Reverend Father Richard Omolade. In that keynote address, a lot was also mentioned about what the Global Compact on Education is. And we thank God that the church the church across the world, the Catholic Church across the world, is a very dynamic church. And our Pope usually takes leads in so many things. This Global Compact on Education was first initiated by Pope Francis in 2019. And we thank God that the United Nations keyed into it. And the African Pact also keyed into it. So there are times where, many times, not just a few times, where the church initiates something and then the world rallies around it and comes across it. So Pope Francis started this in 2019. And he saw it as a new vision, that there's a need for us to have a new way to rethink about our approach to education. That education should be at the center of everything, and the person be at the center of that education. That it is something that we need to look at, that there's a need for us to have, new encounter, and see ourselves and see education that we are promoting as something communal, something that everybody should take part in. And it is also something that should be quality. There should be quality in education. And not just quality, it should also be qualitative. There's a thin difference between quality and qualitative education. Quality education and qualitative education. So, that is the idea of the Pope, and that it should be inclusive. Everybody must be brought together. Everybody must be brought in there. It must be equitable, and it must be sustainable to last some other time. Now, the compact has 7 commitments, as already mentioned in the keynote, so I just quickly mention them again. That put the person first, put the person at the center. We need to listen to the voices of children and young people. And this also relates to us teachers, the audience here this morning. We need to take time to listen to our students. Even those nursery, primary school children that we have, they have something to say. And they say what they have to say in various ways. Through their emotions, even when they cry, they are saying something to us. And we have to be attentive. That's the kind of thing that Pope Francis is asking us to do with this Global Compact on Education. We have to encourage full participation of the female gender. There's a lot that is going on already there. But I also want to say that most of us here as educators should not focus only at the female gender. And the world is also being called to that we need to also begin to pay more attention to the male gender. We've spent a lot of time. I'm a female. Yes, I like to defend my gender, but we are not looking at sentiment. We are looking at reality. There's a lot of attention that has been paid to the female gender, to the girl child, but not as much attention is being paid to the male child. And it is not helping us. It is not helping us in our families. It's not helping us in our communities. It's not helping the society. It's not helping us in our schools. So please, let's also look into that. We must foster community and social responsibility. We must promote education for sustainable development, support the development of teachers and education, and then foster partnerships with various people. There are certain key aspects of the Global Compact in education that I like to call attention to. And the first one that I like to call attention to is putting the person at the center. We need to look at the human person as the very most important entity in anything that we are doing. If we don't put the person at the center and we are looking only at the numbers, a lot of us in education, especially in schools, we are more concerned about the number, the student population in our schools. Do we have 2,000? Do we have 500? We had 500 before, they are getting to be 200. Even if they are 200 and you have quality and you are putting those 200 people at the center of what you are doing as a school, you are not doing anything bad. So let's not think only about the number. Let's put the person at the center. The teachers are the center. The other staffers are the center. The person is very important. It's a very important aspect that Pope Francis is asking us to do. The second aspect that I like us to look at is that education is a multifaceted issue, and it requires a comprehensive and integrated approach. We must all come together and integrate everything in us to make sure that education gets what it really should have. The key aspect 3 that I like to point our attention to is that we are all encouraged and called upon to create a just and equitable society with access to quality education for all to reach their potential. So many people have potentials in them, but are we helping them to really harness, first of all, to discover their potentials? And then when we have enabled them to discover their potentials, are we now helping them to harness these potentials and then utilize these potentials positively? Is very important, and is one of the things that Pope Francis is asking us to do in his global compact on education. Let me take a quick look at the African Education Pact as a framework for action. The African Education Pact was inspired by the global compact on education. And what are some of the aims of the African Education Pact? To improve education outcomes in Africa. We need to tell our story ourselves in Africa, and we need to improve education in our continent. That's what that pact is about. That we need to educate young people by drawing on Christian values. A lot of Christian values. What's that? Oh. Okay. So then I have to, so that means how many more minutes? How many more minutes? Okay, let me skip a number of things and then look at some of the, I was going to look at the education in the Archdiocese. That's okay. We all know what happens in the education Archdiocese. Let me quickly go to key recommendations for achieving the global compact. 1, we must improve education infrastructure in our schools and ensure that we have safe equipment within our schools. We must develop staff capacity, and we can do that via seminars, which is one of the things we are doing here, and then have staff development schemes where we sponsor deserving staffers for short-term courses. Let's encourage, let our schools and the Archdiocese also as the Archdiocese, encourage sponsoring people who deserve to be sponsored on short-term courses. It can be like 2 weeks, even up to 12 months. And then we must also start to sponsor people for that kind of program I'm talking about. We need fund. And the Archdiocese, the Archbishop doesn't have a fund that is sitting somewhere. So it's going to be from all. And that's one of the recommendations I'm making. That every school should contribute a mandatory annual contribution of 2% to 5% from your income as schools. And let's have this fund. And with this fund, we can be able to sponsor people who need to go on some of these things. Then we must promote education for sustainable development by being role models in our schools. Every staffer, even including the kitchen staff for schools that have boarding houses, must be role models to these children. They look at you, they look at us, they look at everything you say and those things that you do. So it's important that we teach values, and the head of school has a big responsibility in this area, because if you create a positive school climate, it will become contagious, and your staffers will draw on that, and everybody will key into the place. We must also collaborate with the community where our schools are domiciled, so that we don't stay aloof from them. We need them to help us, and they need to see our impact, and let's not just see ourselves as just being there only. Well, also we need to increase access to education. And increasing access to education, please, I'm talking about the fact that we should not shut down, two major things I want to quickly talk about here. In increasing access to education, we must include, and that's also the inclusivity in the Pope's compact on education, and the Global Compact on Education. We must include those who are physically challenged. I stand to be corrected, but I don't know any school in this Archdiocese that has physically challenged friendly setting. I don't know of any school that has ramps. Where, if you have physically challenged, they can go there. If you have, fine. But if you don't have, let's begin to think about this. It's important and it's part of inclusive education. And also, let's not create elitist schools. Some of the schools, our fees are getting, exorbitant. And it's not going to be able to bring in many people into this something. So let's explore alternative funding models like education bond, crowdfunding, and social impact sustainability. Because we need to balance, you need to have a fund to run your schools and not just take on everybody. So during your discussion, please, when we come to the syndicate session, please discuss how we can make the balance between taking on those who do not have, who are coming from financially disadvantaged homes, and those that we need to have in our schools to help them. We must foster partnerships and collaborations. Let's go to entities out there to help us, to use their corporate social responsibility fund to help in our schools. I know that one of our schools is already doing that. Father Domingo, I know he has this relationship with I think Fidelity Bank, and they've done a number of things for his school, and all that. So let's all go out there to also see some of these initiatives and utilize them because they are there for us to use. Thank you very much, but I think I've been shortchanged. I didn't spend 20 minutes. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Something about wisdom is, it is like a river that never runs dry. I'm sure if we give Professor more time, she has a lot of things to tell us this morning. We are sorry for shortchanging your time, Professor. All right, so she has successfully and carefully studied and understood Pope Francis's initiative on global education. And now she has successfully also married the ideas of the Pope with the efforts of the African Education Pact. Hence, she has given us the result of the marriage as a way forward in the educational life of our Archdiocese. In achieving this, in our Archdiocese, she gave us very insightful recommendations that I'm sure we must have well noted down. Now, she has placed a challenge to all of us here this morning, requesting that we channel our best energies in education. We are all next generation of the world, and we are set aside to carve out the impact that the world needs. And so the challenge is open to all of us today. Breathing on this challenge, I'm sure all of us here, we are burning with contributions, we are burning with questions. So this is the time where we'll give room for some of us who have contributions to make, some of us who have questions to ask our guest speaker. If there's something you want to get clarified about, this is the time. So we have just a few minutes for this session of question and answers and contributions. If there is anyone in this hall who has some contributions to make or some questions to ask, the floor is open. Anyone? Okay, so I begin with the column on my right. This last angle column. Is there anyone who has contributions or questions for our guest speaker? Okay. It's going. Any question or contribution from this angle? No? Okay. From the second column by my right, any question, contribution for our guest speaker? You can signify by raising your hand. All right, come forward.
About the key recommendation, she said improving education infrastructure, developing staff capacity, and the question, I don't understand this place about improving education infrastructure.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please, my name is Mrs. Johnson Emakleta from Our Lady of Fatima Nursery and Primary School, Iwo. My question is based on the recommendation made by Professor Emeke about infrastructural development and staff welfare. I want to ask, or if I may ask, I don't know what the diocese is doing about infrastructural development, because in my school, where I come from, that school has been over at least since 1985. And up to this very moment, nothing has been done about it. Everything has decayed. Even though it's the best school in Osun State and one of the best schools in the Archdiocese of Ibadan, that decay infrastructure has been a problem. Like, let me say, there was a time we had a broken fence, very long Spanish. It was massive. For a very long time, nothing was done about it, and the school could not raise funds on its own. So we are expecting that the Archdiocese will come to our rescue. And this affected the input. What I mean by input, the children, parents were afraid, considering the insecurity of our society. So I want the Educational Committee to look into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone with contributions or questions from this angle? All right, from the third line, from my right, anyone? Question, contributions? Okay, gone. From the fourth column, from the fourth line, all right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think my question is similar to that of the last speaker. I worked in the Lalate, St. Felix. The infrastructure there is very alarming. I think the educational committee should look into it. There are no children, even the staff, they did not resume this term. So I'm afraid what will happen to the school.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure you're... All right, thank you very much. Perhaps she must have spoken the minds of many. All right.
Glory to Jesus. Fam.
Good morning, sirs and ma'ams. My name is Clementina from St. Teresa Minor Seminary.
Please, let us give her the audience, please. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sirs and ma'ams. I'm from St. Teresa, Omoden Clementina from St. Teresa Minor Seminary. The speaker spoke about inclusive education and elitism. Is it possible we have inclusive education without high school fees, considering the money that will be imputed into involving these physically challenged students? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well noted.
Good morning. My name is Ayodeji Adewale from St. Peter's Catholic College. And talking about inclusivity, I was really taken aback, considering the styles of our schooling system generally. It hasn't brought to the fore of those who are physically challenged indeed. So my take or my question is, what is going to, because I see that Nigeria in general, we have not yet gotten there, but what is the diocese doing to also help in this area for those students who have interest in education, but because of the system of our architectural designs does not allow these persons to be able to access education, because there is going to be need for them to have a special kind of accessing into the building facility. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Professor? No. I'm sure the questions are being understood and noted. All right, thank you. We'll take 2 more questions while Professor will come and address them. We'll see if we have time for other questions. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mrs. Christiana Anyao from Sacred Heart Private School, Ring Road, Ibadan. When Prof mentioned infrastructural development, I was so happy because our school, Sacred Heart Ring Road, a school founded in 1962, we have dilapidated buildings and the termite has been battling with us. In fact, we have to remove the pupils from the nursery side to the primary. And every time like that, it's not easy at all. We spend a lot fumigating and all sorts of things. So I beg the education committee to please, at the Archdiocese, they should please look into it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So it is quite obvious that many of us have questions about infrastructure. Please, we have taken note of the question on infrastructure. If you have something different from infrastructure, please.
No more infrastructure.
One more question, please.
No more infrastructure.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Joshua Labi, Sacred Heart College, Akiemi. I think while we are talking about infrastructures and looking at the cost that could be on the Archdiocese, we fail to look at how to explore alternative means of getting things done without this education committee. Like my school, our principal make effort, apart from relying on the whatever comes from the Archdiocese, to make sure that the school runs on a personal funding. Whichever effort he makes to get this, it doesn't concern us, but we see that when we need things, new boreholes, new toilet systems, I think Prof mentioned Fidelity Bank, it is coming from us. And this is something that other schools can explore to make the development easier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That seems to be like some sort of response to the demands on infrastructure. All right, so I would invite forward. There's no time anymore. Besides, I've passed that angle. So, Professor, you can come forward to respond to these questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The questions, as the compare mentioned, a number of them have to do with infrastructure development in our schools. And we have mentioned one or two things. I need to mention one or two things. One is that, please, a lot of the reference was on education committee, please do something. Education committee, please do something. Education committee does not have any fund. Let's all get that very clear. So we cannot come to your schools to help you fix your fences, help you get the chairs for your students, and all that. We must get that clear. It's a reality we must face. Now, the other thing is, when you also have problems in the schools, how do you get across to the education committee? I challenge us here. How many of us, heads of schools here, get to education committee and say, this is the problem we are facing, not even only on infrastructure, unless we come to you. We even have a platform where you all are. When we bring up some things, you don't even respond. So how do we get to know what the issues are in your schools? Yes, we don't have a fund, but we can also step in to do one thing or the other and get it also to the ears of the person who can help. Because the proprietor of all our schools is the Archbishop. So we can get it to his ears. And wherever he can help, he will help. And he's been helping. A number of schools here will testify to that. St. Peter Akpata will testify to that. Lalata will testify. A number of them will testify to that. So, please, let's get that also as a clear fact. Number 3, even if you get it to his ears, he cannot also do everything for you. We still need to reach, and that's why even in my sharing with us, I mentioned the fact that we need to reach out to corporate entities, and I made mention of Father Domingo, in his school that he does, and I'm happy one of his teachers has also reiterated that. We need to do more of that. Even the community where schools are domiciled, they can be helpful if we do not appear as elites, amongst them. So please, let's explore a number of ways. It's a pity I couldn't have enough time during that time, but there's also the need for us to discuss these things during during the syndicate session. So that's about infrastructure, and then the need for us to include the physically challenged is an important thing. Schools that already have been in existence, there can still be some restructuring that will still accommodate ramps for children or students who are physically challenged, and they can come in. And the new ones that will be established will definitely put that into mind. But it's something that if we also, as heads of schools and as teachers in schools, we are interested in it, it can also be one of the things we'll be approaching people, philanthropists, corporate organizations, the community, and all that to help us with. And I believe that we can get help if we seek help. Then, inclusivity without high fees. We need to include as many as possible. I also mentioned that during my presentation, and I asked us to discuss that also in the syndicate session. What alternative forms of funding can we have? I totally agree with us. There's nothing you want to do that you will not need fund. And if you want both quality and qualitative education, you will need fund to do it. But we can even involve our students, the parents of our students. One of the things that I mentioned I didn't have time for, to discuss with us is, alumni diaspora engagement. A number of our schools are not 5-year-old, 2-year-old, except probably a place like St. Peter Akpata that, maybe just like 5 or so years. A number of the other schools are so many years old. You already have alumni. And some of them are even in the diaspora. Engage them, have a listing of them, do some following up, do some tracer study to know where they are, who they are, and then call them together, and some of them will come. Higher institutions are doing it, and there's nothing wrong with our primary schools, our secondary schools also doing that. Our primary school and our secondary schools in our archdiocese to do that. They have a lot of resources that they can share with us and they can give to us. So let's explore that also. I think most of the things were actually on infrastructure and all that, which has been. The only other one is on staff welfare. Yes, somebody mentioned something on staff welfare. Staff welfare is very important, and we need to look into that. But again, the archdiocese or the archbishop does not pay the salary of any teacher. It is what your school generates. So if you are able to do good student drive, and you are also able to engage the parents of your students, you are also able to engage people from community and all those other things we've mentioned, you can have good salary paid to your teachers. In the education committee, I've been there for some time now. We've never said to any school that wanted to increase the salary for its teachers to say, no, you cannot, because school A is not paying as much as you are paying. We are we are able to give you that free hand because we also look at, a few other things along with you and find that you can afford to. So some schools pay 40, some schools pay 30, some pay 60, depending on the capacity that they have, financial capacity. And that is not coming from the archdiocese. It's coming from the ingenuity of the school heads and things, and people around, and the working together with the teachers, with everybody there. So we need that cooperation, and a lot is resting on the table of our heads of schools. And while they come up with initiatives and innovative ideas, Also, teachers, you need to be part of it, because it is what you are able to also help the school to do that would also help you to say, yes, we can get more money than we are getting presently. So a lot of it rests in our hands, because we have a lot of ideas, and I believe that we can utilize those ideas to help ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for those adequate responses. And I believe those responses are adequate enough for all of us who asked the questions. Thank you very much.
So you have a citation.
Okay. So for some of us who might still be having burning questions, you can kindly note them. Perhaps avenues will be created later on to ask your questions. So I would like to invite forward the next speaker. That's Professor Benedict Emunemu. But shortly before that, I would render a short citation of our second guest speaker. Benedict Emunemu is a professor of educational management at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He specializes in institutional administration, higher education, education for sustainable development, and quality assurance in education. He has conducted and published several of his research findings in national and international peer-reviewed journals. Professor Emunemu has served the University of Ibadan community in several capacities. He has consulted for international agencies, and he has also served as a resource person and consultant for the Universal Basic Education Commission, Abuja. He is the incumbent president of Higher Education Research and Policy Network, a member of Nigerian Association for Educational Administration and Planning. He's also a member of the Commonwealth Council for Educational Administration and Management, and an honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Educational Practitioners, the United Kingdom. I present before you Professor Benedict Emunemu. May we please put our hands together for him. He's going to be talking to us about how effective educational management can foster economic empowerment, innovation, and resilience in our world, where everything has been digitalized, even as we have digital economy. The stage is yours, Professor. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. I stand on, I think I can stand. I'm not as, this place will not collapse if I stand on the existing protocols. All right, so please, I would like to request that a short video be played for us quickly as a way of introducing what I want to discuss. Please, let's listen and also watch this short video for about 3 minutes. Are we ready? My time has not started though. Yes, it has not started. Okay, thank you. What's happening? What is happening now is part of what we are going to discuss today. The challenges we are facing in our educational system in Nigeria. It is playing out right now, and it's good, it's happening. So that will further buttress. Okay, all right, thank you very much. I wish the video could play, but if we can't get the video, let's see if we can get the audio.
Well, yes, because a lot of young people seem to be losing interest in education because they're not getting jobs, and what they're being taught in school does not seem relevant to real life. So today,
please start from the beginning.
To the heart of that. Education is a scam. You've heard that before, right? Well, yes, because a lot of young people seem to be losing interest in education because they're not getting jobs, and what they're being taught in school does not seem relevant to real life. So today, I want to get to the heart of that issue. I'll be meeting with education leaders from across the world and those in government as well to ask them that all-important question: is education a scam? Come on in. Hi. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Quick question: is education a scam? Certainly not.
Coyote, I definitely don't think that education is a scam.
Wow, what a great question. No, it's not. It's not.
Can you hear? All right, so it's okay. Let's leave it further because it's good for us to get the feedback.
No, it's not.
All right, so in that short video, a question was asked, and I'm sure you must have heard it several times. Is education a scam? You must have heard people say education is a scam. This young ones, have you heard it before? Have you heard it? Do you believe that education is a scam? Why is it not a scam? When you go to school with all the trainings you've received, primary school, secondary school, they tell you that education is the key to sustainable development. And when you come out of school, what happens? No jobs. Even when you get a job, you are paid a paltry sum. Is that not a scam? If you look at the money your parents invested in your education, running into thousands and millions of naira from primary school to PhD, and you get nothing at the end of the day, is that not a scam? Is that not a scam? It's a scam. It is not a scam. It is not a scam. It depends on the quality of education we are given. Children who school in Nigeria, they said education is a scam because they've not received qualitative education. They've not received functional education. A child, a Chinese, and a Japanese, and American, when they go to school, do they say education is a scam? Do they say so? No, because of the kind of education they receive. Education that is impactful. Education that is transformative. Education that is meant to bring value to society and even to the person who has been educated. So let us not talk about education being a scam in Nigeria. The kind of curriculum we operate in Nigeria makes it a scam. Because the curriculum we have in our schools is not functional. It does not meet up with the requirements of the industry. There is a wide gap between what we teach in schools and what the industries require. And so when students finish from school, they are unable to fit into the labor force because they have not been trained with the kind of skills that industry needs. And so once they can't get a job, they now say education is a scam. That's the problem we're having. So, what is happening? It appears education is actually a scam. From what is happening now, nothing is working. Huh? All right. Okay. Now, for us to let's look at the title once again before. Sorry, this thing is not working the way it should. Okay, the title of my presentation is Effective Educational Management for Economic Empowerment, Innovations, and Resilience for Catholic Schools in a Digital Economy. Now, we've just underscored the importance of education. Education should be provided for the completeness of the human being. It's not just for you to read and write. It goes beyond reading and writing. You need education that can empower you. Empower you so that you can fit into the society. Now, as far as education is concerned, it is holistic in nature. And you need proper educational management for you to achieve the goals of the school system. And when you say educational management, it starts from policy making, planning, supervision in schools, classroom management, leadership, motivation of teachers. Even the students need to be motivated. And so, if these aspects are lacking, it will be difficult for you to have an efficient and effective educational system. Now, two keywords are imperative: effectiveness and efficiency. When you say effectiveness, you're talking about how the school system is able to achieve its stated goals, objectives. If you have been able to achieve your goals, you can say that you have achieved what? Effectiveness. That means the system is effective. Efficiency has to do with what? Can somebody tell me what efficiency is all about? Does anybody know? Efficiency has to do with achieving your objectives with minimal resources. With minimal resources. So if you achieve your objectives with minimal resources, you can say that you are running an effective and efficient educational system. So it's important we know that in a school system, the educational manager manages several resources. He or she manages time, human resources, and when you say human resources, you're talking about the students and even the teachers. What else are you managing? Facilities. You also manage the curriculum of the school. You must ensure that the curriculum of the school is being implemented, is being run. So educational management plays an important role in ensuring that we're able to empower our youths. Now, we've just talked about education as a process, a product, and a discipline. And it forms and regulates the principles of characters of individuals in society in order to make them fit for any calling. Now, talking about the Catholic Church defined education as the sacred task of forming the child and aiding him to attain the purpose of existence. That is why Pope Pius XI. And of course, Francis Cardinal Rizzi defined it as the development of the whole man: body, soul, intellect, will, emotion, and physical well-being. Now, what are the features of the Catholic education? It's grounded in a distinct comprehensive view of the meaning of human persons and human life. It aspires to holistic influence. And of course, it addresses the religious and moral formation of students. And this is not done by force. Okay, we have just talked about this. Now, what is the significance of educational management, for significance of effective educational management in an educational system? Now, I want to look at some key elements. These key elements in effective educational management in Catholic schools are: one, establishing a clear vision and setting achievable goals. The goals must be clearly set and they should be achieved. You have to also develop and implement strategic plans. Efficient management of financial, human, and material resources to support educational activities. Robust leadership. It's very, very important for you to have a robust leadership in your schools. Once there is no good leadership, and in fact, that is the problem with most of our institutions. Leadership is a key problem in our institutions. Now, let's look at, the key aspects of the global compact of education. We are talking about the global compact on education, which we tag as GCE. Now, for effective management of scholarly education in Nigeria, we need to talk about inclusive education. Professor Mika mentioned that. Providing equal educational opportunities for all children, regardless of their socio-cultural background, religion, and whatever. And of course, there should be cultural integration. Youth empowerment is very important. We must empower our youth. That is why we have restiveness in our society today. Our youths are unemployed. You go everywhere, you see children all over the place. Graduates, they are unemployed. And so it's affecting our society. We also talk about economic impacts. Then collaboration. You have to collaborate with various stakeholders, including governments, educational institutions, and religious organizations to create a supportive educational environment. Now, education is the bedrock of socioeconomic and political development of a nation. Countries like the US, Japan, China, there are so many in European countries. They have achieved various breakthroughs due to what? Their commitment to ensuring an education system that is innovative, that is creative and skill-oriented. It's a far cry from what we have in our schools. In most of our schools, what they teach them is A for apple, B for ball, C for car. What will that lead the child to do? In these other countries, right from infancy, they are taught hands-on skills, carpentry, different things that will empower them at the end of the day. But here in Nigeria, we teach like abstract things. So that child can never grow up to become someone that can add value in the society. So that is the whole difference. That is why students say that education is a scam. It is not a scam. It depends on the quality of education we give to them. And of course, like I said, we must talk about functional and innovative curriculum. We need to change our curriculum. We need to ensure that students, when they go to school, they have the necessary skills, problem-solving skills, and critical thinking for them to play their role in the society. I know Father Obialo is an expert in innovation and creativity. And so I'm sure when he comes, he will talk about some of that, talk on that area. Now, let's look at the contributions of effective educational management to economic empowerment. Increase any potential. There's poverty reduction, enhanced skills and productivity, entrepreneurship, and that is what we're even preaching. In most universities now, they take curriculum courses. They take courses on entrepreneurship, so that even when they leave school, they can go into some of these trades, so that they can be employers of labor rather than seekers of jobs in the society. There's also vocational training, social and economic mobility, health and well-being, and gender equality. Now, innovation has to do with what? Adding something new to an existing product. That is being innovative. There is creativity. You have created a product. When you create a product, you don't leave that product at that level. You have to introduce what? Innovation. A car, somebody founded or created a car many years back, or television. What has happened to that car? You can see today that cars have transformed. Is that not so? Even the television we're watching now, it has changed. Many years back, what happens? The kind of TV we have, black and white. Some of us will have to buy Lucozade paper and put it there, think that it's a colored TV. And then the noise that it makes at 4 o'clock. But these days, television, they work 24 hours and things have changed. Look at the cars we used many years back. You remember those cars we had? Now look at the cars we have now. That is what we call innovation. There are innovations going on every day, and so that brings about development in the society. So what are the strategies for achieving effective educational management for innovations in scholarly schools? We have to embrace technology. It's very, very important. We have access to education. Now, that is digital innovations like online courses and educational apps make education more accessible. You don't have to go to the class again. Things have changed. We have what they call blended learning. You can learn physically and you can also learn online. And then engaging learner experiences and the rest of it. Lifelong learning. Education is for all time, not just for a particular. Even at 80, you can still go to school and learn. Efficiency and cost reduction. Data-driven decision making and blended learning. These are very, very important for the school system. Artificial intelligence. This is what is trending now. AI. It is possible for me not to come here physically to present this paper. You can send my AI, somebody that has been cloned, that looks like me. He can come here and present that paper before you. And even ask him questions. And let me tell you, sometimes too, the cloned person will even do better than the person. You'll be wondering how these things happen. But that is what is happening now in our society. You go to the bank, you see a machine attending to you. Okay? You go to the hotel, the attendant will come in form of, robots. And it will take all your orders and provide your food for you. You'll be wondering what is happening. That is functional education. That is the kind of education that is being practiced in Europe. Not the one we have in Nigeria where you tell a child A for apple. It will not lead us anywhere. And of course, we have professional development. We have collaboration and communication. We have resource management. Now, how can school create an innovation hub? We need innovation hubs in schools, and of course, the Catholic schools are not left out. We must designate a space where we have such hub and then equip the innovation hub with tools and resources. But I'm sure you will ask, where is the money for that? Somebody was talking about school fence and all that. You're talking about the innovation hub. How do we get it done? But we need these things. These are things that will drive development in our country. Without this kind of innovation, we can't talk about development. Foster a collaborative culture. And then, yes, I was expecting that. Encourage experimentation and risk-taking. Build a strong community and all that. So we have all this in our school system. Now, we're talking about digital economy. The secrets to development now is digitalization. Everything is now being digitalized. And how can the Catholic schools in Nigeria, especially in Ibadan Archdiocese, embrace digital education, digital economy? How do we do that? It's important we do that because that is the only way we can really move forward. Digital economy is the economy of the 21st century, driven by what? Digital technologies, including the internet. Of course, everybody here has a smartphone. Is that not so? With smartphone, you can do so many things. These days now, students write projects seamlessly. I gave my students, I asked them to go and write a proposal for their project. Before I knew it, they were back. I said, what happened? They were using ChatGPT. You can get everything done now. Everything is so seamless because of technology. But are we embracing technology the way it should be done? People embrace technology for the wrong purpose. Okay, that is not what we should encourage our children to do. So we have digital technologies. And of course, that is what is really driving most economies. Now, let's look at, I will have to fast track this. Okay, the internet, of course, it's a mobile device, e-commerce. These are all components of digital economy. Cloud computing, I'm sure some of us use all these devices. What are the strategies to effectively manage education? Economic empowerment, innovations. Okay, very important. And of course, resilience, Catholic values. We must not forget about Catholic values. Ethical use of technology. Promote the ethical use of technology in line with Catholic values. Let us watch what our children, let us check what they watch when they are using their smartphones. Some of these children, what they do with smartphones, you'll be shocked at that age. So we must ensure that digitalization, we should ensure that they don't do it the wrong way. Then community engagement. Let's look at the challenges. We have so much, but there's no time. Let's look at the challenges confronting effective educational management of Catholic schools. Underfunding. Is it true? Where schools are being underfunded. That is very, very correct. Dilapidated infrastructure. That has been the word trending today. Not so? All right. Low motivation among teachers in some Catholic schools. Is that true? Low motivation. Why? Because of what? Because of what? Okay. Brain drain syndrome. Japa. Are people living at schools? Even in Catholic schools too? Are they living? All right. Insufficient pedagogical knowledge and use of ICT. It's also affecting us. Okay. Corruption and extortion from sale of textbooks. Is that taking place here? Is that going on? Okay, you don't know. Okay. Struggle for power, positions, wrong placement and promotions in the school system. Are we experiencing that? All right. Unethical practices, favoritism, is it taking place? Examination malpractice. You won't answer now. Exam malpractice. I better make a hear word. Exam malpractice. Okay. Even teachers, even some teachers, they aid and abet in exam malpractice. And parents also do that. Well, maybe for college schools. Okay. Then harassment, tribal sentiments. Do we experience that? This one is Yoruba, this one is Igbo, and so treat them differently. Okay. Use of administrative mediocre to run schools, especially unqualified principals and head teachers. Do we have that? We have it, yes. Because before you can head a school, you must be properly trained. It's not just they just bring it from one, maybe congregation. Sorry to say that. They say go and head the school because you've been a reverend sister for 10, 15 years. No, you must be trained. The same applies to other schools. You must ensure that people who head schools are trained personnel so that they can function effectively. All right, so in conclusion, we've said that effective education management can foster economic empowerment. It can bring about innovation and resilience through enhancing teacher training and retraining, online learning, hybrid education, network communication technology, management of social networks, and partnering with local businesses to offer internships. Now, I want to round up by saying that Catholic school managers or leaders should possess cognate professional training and experiences so as to professionally lead teachers and students that will be more effective and productive for the system. Adequate funding of Catholic schools is imperative. We can't run away from that. But again, like Professor Meke said, the Archbishop cannot do everything. We must look elsewhere. She talked about consulting or contacting your alumni so that we can get some of these things done. We have to be proactive. We have to think outside the box for us to do some of these things. There should be adequate provision of infrastructures. We can't run away from this. We need that. And of course, staff motivation is imperative. And then guarantee equal opportunities for the members of your institution, organization. Take care of each member of your institution with special attention to the most fragile, like the vulnerable. Make sure that you don't leave them out. And then we can also talk about, there are so many recommendations. Professional development of the manpower. We need to train our teachers. Train them. If it's possible, send them on, well, in those days it was possible, even in universities, send teachers out of the country for 6 months training. But when you go now, you will come back. So we can't. There should be a well-defined admission policy. Defined admission policy devoid of biases. The policy, please, when you're admitting, don't put unnecessary bottlenecks. Make sure that if a child is qualified to attend the school, let him or her be admitted. Don't say because this child is not from this part of the country, you won't admit him or her. Then the language of the learner is crucial for effective. All right, I think that will be all. You will have the paper that will be shared later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful talk that you have given to us. And I'm sure, let us give him a resounding round of applause, please. And I'm sure that from the discourse that he has already had with us, he says that education is not only a tool for reading and writing, and there are also other practical aspects that could result in economic empowerment. And these practical aspects include embarking on innovative activities, creativity, resilience, and entrepreneurship skills. and today can help us to tackle major development problems. So thank you very much, Prof, for this wonderful talk. And while the talk was going on, I want to humbly welcome amongst us the person of Mrs. Jimo Latif, one of the head of affairs for the LIE. Mrs. Jimo, please. Please, you may come forward to the high table. So this is now time for interventions, questions, and contributions. So please, I will be entertaining only 4 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 questions, please. So 4 questions, please. So if you have any question, please kindly signify by raising up your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much. Number 1, please.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Mr. Adeyeye from Catholic College, Vocationist Catholic College. Now, my question is that this ideological education is a scam is becoming rampant among our students, because I could recall vividly while we were all growing up, people like us, they do tell us that education is the best legacy. So we saw it as that, and we embraced that idea. But nowadays, you hear our students saying that education is a scam. And I really want to ask the speaker to actually provide a solution. How can we get this idea or this mindset of our students? Because if this thing continues, they will not place importance or significance on education. And the reason for our gathering here is because of them. So now if this ideology continues, they may not even see the reason why they should even come to school in the first place. Now, the speaker said that...
Please let us keep our questions simple and forward.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now, can the speaker please tell us how can we help our students to let them see that education is not a scam?
Thank you very much. The next question, please. Please, you have 30 seconds for whatever intervention or questions you have.
Augustine Babajide from Vocationist Catholic College, Oloje, Ido, local government, to the glory of God.
Please, all of these addresses are not needed. Okay. Go straight to your questions.
What is the position of Catholic Church on artificial intelligence? Can it be introduced as a subject in our schools?
Thank you very much, sir. Number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3. Number 3. Number 4, please.
My name is Mrs. Ike Maria from Okiado, Sacred Heart. My 4th question is that you talk about curriculum, that what we are doing in this country, but my question is that, can we change it, because we are doing the same exam with all the education in the whole country? Because if you look at it, children are not cooperating in the school at all because of the technology. All this our A for apple is not working. We are not lying, but how can we cue into it? Another question is that we are talking about struggling for position in the school. It's happening. I have seen a lot. But what can we do to it? Archbishop, there is something you do I like. You know, after 4 years, it will change the position. Can we do something like that? It's happening a lot. And it's causing more problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question.
My name is Mrs. Asogwa Evelyn from Mary Hill Event School, Idiakwe. My question is almost the same thing with my sister's own. How do we, teachers in nursery school, introduce creativities and innovation to our 2 years pupils?
Thank you very much. I think that will be the end of questions for now. Any other questions we have, please kindly note it for a later time. So may I humbly invite Prof to come and give a response.
All right, thank you very much to all those that raised questions. They are quite pertinent. Starting from the first speaker that asked the question about the issue of education being a scam, I think I've said it. What we need to do is to strengthen our curriculum. We need to strengthen our curriculum. Introduce subjects that are relevant in our present day. Students have to be equipped with problem-solving skills, critical thinking, not the mundane curriculum that we have. It needs to change. We have said this at different fora, even at the national level. Let us embrace a new curriculum. That is what they do in advanced countries, right from elementary stage. You can introduce hands-on activities that the children will learn, that will help them later in life. So that is just about that. It's about changing the entire curriculum we have in our schools. Once you do that, I'm sure children will no longer see education as a scam. They will see it as a functional tool for economic empowerment. It is when you go to school, you spend so much time and money in school, and then you come out, you can't find a job. That is when you say that education is a scam. Of course, we were told education was the key, a legacy. When you go to school, you come out, you get a job. When you go to school, you come out, you don't get a job. So what do? You call it a scam. And why don't they get jobs? Because of they don't have hands-on experience. Everything's about cramming. You know, when you cram, it doesn't help you. What can you bring to the table? What skills do you have to bring to the table? That is what industries are doing now. They want to employ people who have skills, requisite skills, that will help them grow the economy. So that is for that. Somebody asked about the position of the Catholic Church on artificial intelligence. Like, can it be introduced in schools? When this question was asked, I paused. I said, is it possible to introduce AI into Catholic schools? Sure, it can be introduced, but with some limitations. In other words, let us not introduce things that we erode. Of course, that is what is actually going on now. AI is almost eroding the human being. Human beings are almost being replaced by robots. And so, we've not got to that stage yet. But I pray we don't get there. But we can introduce AI into certain aspects of our education that will make it to be much more productive and much more functional. I think the people in charge for the Molade, the education committee, we can probably sit down and discuss this and work out modalities for bringing in AI at a specific level. And of course, it has to be moderated. I didn't get the third question very well. But the fourth person said, how do we improve creativity? So how do we introduce creativity in nursery schools? That is where it begins. That is where it begins. At that level, you can engage them. Let them begin to play with things. You know, there are times when, in those days, when children are playing with it, they say, don't play with that kind of thing. A child is trying to fix a car or play with something. You say, no, go and read your books. That child may grow up to become an engineer. He's already learning how to fix things. You are beating him. Is that what your mates are doing? So allow children to play. They learn through playing. When they play with tools, with items like that, they can begin to they can become creative. These days, the children, we call them internet children. Okay, the way they think is different from what we parents are thinking. So please, at that level of education, nursery school, engage them. Put them in groups. That was why I talk about education innovation hub. Let us have in the schools where students can engage computers. There's what they call programming and coding. Let them learn it. And from that infancy, they can start learning some of these things, and it will help them in later life. I'm sure with all this, we can bring about a more purposeful and functional educational system to our Catholic schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful responses that you have given to the different questions. So please, before we proceed for our tea break, may I humbly invite the representative of the Commissioner for Education to kindly address us briefly.
Thank you. Your Grace, Archbishop Emeritus Alaba Job, Your Grace, Reverend Father Julius A. Akinyode, members of the Archdiocese Education Committee, distinguished guests, educators, students, ladies and gentlemen. I say good morning to everybody. I'm here to represent the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Professor Saliu Abdulwahid Adelabu. He wished to be here, but due to exigency of duty, he could not make it. And he has directed me that I should come and deliver his speech, so which I'm going to read now. Thank you. A speech delivered by the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology of your state, Professor Saliu Abdulwahid Adelabu, at the 4th Archdiocese Education Summit held at John Paul II Center, Seat of Wisdom, Catholic Chaplain, UI, on Friday, 17 January 2025. It is with a great honor and delight that I stand before you today at the 4th Archdiocese Education Summit. I extend my gratitude to the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan for organizing this important and impactful event. The theme of this summit, Global Compact on Education in Nigeria Context, is both apt and timely. It is a call for all stakeholders to critically examine how we can align our educational system with global standards while addressing the peculiar challenges of our nation. Education is the cornerstone of societal development. As the world evolves, education must remain a tool that equips individuals with the knowledge, skills, and value needed to thrive. The Global Compact on Education, GCE, as envisioned by Pope Francis, emphasizes the role of education in promoting peace, justice, and sustainable development. In Nigeria, we face several challenges within the educational sector, including inadequate infrastructure, disparity in access, and the need for quality teaching. Despite these challenges, we must not lose sight of the opportunities before us. Our collective effort can transform the educational landscape into one that nurtures innovation, critical thinking, and ethical leadership. I'm proud to know that the Oyo State government, under the leadership of Governor Egida Sheyi Abiodun Makinde, has made significant strides in improving the education sector. Our administration is committed to providing quality education with a special focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which I call STEM. Teacher training and the integration of technology into learning. However, the government cannot achieve this alone. Partnership with organizations such as the Catholic Archdiocese are essential. The Archdiocese has consistently demonstrated its commitment in education through its schools program and initiative that foster not only academic excellence but also moral and spiritual development. To our educators, I commend your dedication and hard work. You are the unsung heroes shaping the future of our society. To our students, you represent the hope of tomorrow. You use the knowledge and values gained through education to contribute positively to your community and the world at large. As we engage in this discussion and activities of this summit, let us remember that education is a shared responsibility. By working together, we can build an educational system that empower our youth and prepare them to face global challenges with confidence and integrity. In conclusion, I wish to thank the organizers of this summit for their efforts and visions. May this event inspire new ideas, foster collaboration, and bring closer to achieving the goal of a truly transformative education system. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kayode, for this wonderful address. And you may kindly help us extend our regards to the Honorable Commissioner for Education for being ably represented by you at this event. So, my dear brothers and sisters, we will now proceed for the tea break, which will take us for 20 minutes or 15 minutes. The tea break is going to be for 20 minutes, so please, we have those at the back who will kindly give us our tea break. So I'll be expecting every one of us to be seated by 11:50. By 11:50, we shall begin the next topic of discussion. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Hello? Hello, please. The way we are coordinating ourselves to get the refreshment is not orderly enough. It is not orderly enough. Please let us go back to our seats and the servers will come and attend to us. Let us go back to our seats and the servers will come to attend to us. We need to be orderly. Thank you very much. Please let us be reminded that if you have already taken, do not collect again. We are teachers and we are examples to the children that we teach in our schools. Let us be orderly and coordinated for this exercise. Thank you very much and God bless you all. So the question is directed to I want to welcome us back from our tea break. But before we proceed to the next topic of discussion, we have a few questions coming from those joining us online. And this we have a few questions coming from those joining us online. And I want to presume this question is addressed to Professor Emeke. So Professor Emeke, please. But for any of our speakers who can still help us to respond to this question, I think this question is also addressed to you. So the question goes thus, that is it right to prevent the pupils from taking examination for owing fees through the negligence of the school? Is it right to prevent the pupils from taking examination for owing fees through the negligence of the school? So while our speakers prepare to give us a response to this question, I want to kindly crave your indulgence at this point in time that we have all come here today from different schools. Hello? May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? We have all come here today from different schools, and it has been observed that we have all clustered together as we have come from our schools. So I think it is appropriate that while coming together for such occasion as this, it will be important that we mix up with other teachers from other schools so that we can have interactive sessions with ourselves and exchange ideas. Because while we are sitting together as a school, it is only meaning that we will only be sharing ideas within our own community or environment. So may I kindly crave your indulgence to please leave where you are seated and move to another place before we begin the next topic of discussion. Thank you very much. Or do I need to start calling the names of the schools here present? Please, let us mix up with teachers from other schools. It is as though nobody is ready to comply with this simple directive. St. Peter Akpata, where are you? Please, you are in very uniform, so it is very easy to identify you. St. Peter Akpata, please. Mary Hill Convent School. I can see you with your ID cards. Mary Hill Convent School. And please let us also take note of that while we began the tea break, some questionnaires were given to us. I'm sure if you really want us to communicate, you will pay attention to what I am saying, so we can minimize our discussions, please. While we were going for our tea break, some questionnaires were given to us. Let us kindly start filling those questionnaires, as we will soon go round to collect those questionnaires. So I do not know if any of our guest speakers is ready to help us respond to the question that I gave earlier. Okay, Professor, please.
Thank you, Father. All right, hello everybody. Are we still on tea break? Really? All right, I think we can continue with the discussion. A question was sent online, and the question is that, is it justifiable to prevent a child from taking examination because he or she was yet to pay the school fees? Is that a practice in our schools? Hello, can you hear me? Is that a practice in our schools? I want to be sure. Is it practice here in our schools? Wow. For me, personally, I don't think that it is morally right to prevent a child. Hold on, I will tell you why. From taking exams, because the child was yet to pay school fees. Two wrongs cannot make a right. You are going to compound issues if you prevent that child from taking the exams. The best thing I think you should do is that allow the child to go home with the examinations. Listen, please. And then at the end of the day, you may not release the results. What is happening? It's not possible? Why not? But that is my personal suggestion, honestly speaking. Allow the child. It is not the fault of the child that the child could not pay school fees. Why punish this child for the sins of the father or of the parents? The child cannot pay school for himself or herself. It's the parent that you should punish, not the child. The child should be allowed to write the examination. That is what I think is morally just. When the child writes the exams, withhold the results. Who is saying no? Come and give me reasons. Come, let's share. Who said no? Come and tell us why you said no. Come forward, come forward. Are you a head of school or just a teacher? Okay, tell us why.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, it's morally wrong to prevent a child from writing exams. This we have tried in our schools. We tell their results while we allow them to take the exams. But what happens is that after that exams, because of the level of their parents, they don't know the importance of results. They will not come for that result and they will withdraw that child to another school. They withdraw the children from other school to other schools. That's what they do. Several, so many cases. They don't. What they need is population. They don't. Population. Yeah.
So that means things are actually not going on well in our school. What she just said is that if the child is allowed to write the exams, even if you don't release the result, the parent will withdraw that child from that school and take to another school. And I asked, won't that other school request for the child's result? They said no. What they want is just population. You can see that we're not getting things right in our country. We're not getting things right in our country. Where to the school? It's just like you come to the university. They will ask for your transcripts. If you don't see the child's last examination result, why would they admit that child? So you can see that we have fundamental issues in our schools. Fundamental problems. So we need to get this right, please. Any other dissenting voice? Before we round up, any other dissenting voice? Why that child should not be allowed to write exams? Any other person? Let's hear from you. No other person. So, yes, please. Okay, please come forward.
Okay. Though I know it is wrong to deprive the child, but I have come to notice that some parents, if the child should go home and said, "Mommy, I was not allowed to write exam today," the parent will rush down to the school. Not that they didn't have the money, but they were like, "It's mission school now, oh yeah, go." They will pity you. The sisters and the reverend fathers will pity you. But when the child go back and was like, "Mommy, I was not allowed to write," say, the following day, the way they turn up to pay the school fees will be massive.
That is another twist to the story. Now, let me go back to the previous experience we shared. I want to ask a question. The other lady said, if a child is denied results, he or she will be taken to another school by the parents. And that child will be admitted without asking for the results. The question now is, Catholic schools, do you do that? Do you accept students from other schools without seeing their results? Do you? If you do, please put up your hands. I know you won't do that. Put up your hands. Let's be sincere. Do you do that so that you can populate your schools? Father, yes.
When we are talking about what it ought to be, this is what it ought to be. But that is not what it is right now. That even some students will commit some atrocities in some particular Catholic school. You expel them or you give them suspension. They go to another Catholic school without recommendation from that place and they are admitted.
That is wrong. So school heads, please, you are now being called to order. If you do what Father has just said, it is wrong. A child was expelled from another school, from a Catholic school, and because you want to populate your school, you want to have more students, you now admit that child. It is wrong. You should find out why that child was expelled. And if it's a serious case, of course, you don't have to admit that child. How do you not sanitize the school system? How do you teach values to our students when you allow them to be admitted to schools from another school after they've been expelled? So I think the blame should go to us, some of us, heads of schools, for condoning such things in our schools. Otherwise, I don't think it's proper. But again, like I said earlier on, allow the child to write exams. Keep the results. If the parents come the next day and threaten, they try to bribe, what they call it, let them do that. But the most important that you will not have to repeat the exam again. Because conducting the exam is not an easy thing. Okay, so I think we can leave it at that. Let's use our discretion. I'm thinking Education Committee. Professor Maker, you were not here when you were called upon. A question was asked. It was actually sent to you, but I had to stand in. That a child who was unable to pay his or her school fees, should that child be allowed to write exams in the school? It's a moral principle, and I said, okay, well. Okay.
Yeah, I met you answering, and I think what you said is okay. The child should be allowed to write the exams because, it will still, if eventually pays, it will still need to be examined and then know how to get that child to the next class. However, if you do not mind resetting the exam, you may ask the child not to write the exam. But then you have to really be faithful to that, because the child would have seen the examination paper. So except you are really going to be faithful to that and be honest, then, but otherwise let that child write the exam along with the others. Then you can withhold the results until the money is paid. That can be a way out. But I also made the discussion saying, when you now do that and you eventually expel the child, another school takes the child on, and all that. I met that discussion, and I think it's not morally right. We should not engage in it. So if they send us children from whether from a co-Catholic school or another school entirely not Catholic school, we should investigate and ask for testimonial, ask for last results, and all that before we take the child on into the school. Because if the child had been problematic and had a lot of moral issues, or it will rub off on you eventually. So it's like you are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. It will eventually explode. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ma. Father, I think you can continue. Is there another question?
There is no other question. But just to put our minds still in the state of some questioning, as much as we talk about students either being allowed or not being allowed to write examination because of school fees, I'm sure in some of our schools too, as it stands, some of us will lose students whenever we tell them to repeat a class. So I just want to believe that in our Catholic schools, we are not like other private schools who, just because of wanting the population, will not uphold the academic excellence. Because you find out that in some of our schools, as soon as you tell a child to repeat a class, the next thing the parent will do is either to come and beg the head of school or withdraw the child to another school. Please, let us continue to uphold what the standard is. And may God bless us all. So the next topic of discussion today is going to be delivered to us by the person of Reverend Father Dr. Felix Kingsley Obialo. So may I humbly give the citation of Reverend Father Dr. Felix Kingsley Obialo. Felix Kingsley Obialo is a Catholic priest of the Catholic Archdiocese of Ibadan and a senior lecturer at the Dominican University, Ibadan. He is currently the pioneer director of the university's Center for Creativity and Entrepreneurial Studies. Reverend Father Obialo finished from the seminary of St. Peter and Paul, Bodija, and he had his PhD in educational evaluation from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He is trained as a creativity practitioner and the first Nigerian to graduate at the highest level from the International Center for the Study of Creativity, the State University of New York, at Buffalo State College, where brainstorming was invented. In addition, he has a PhD in educational evaluation from the Institute of Education, University of Ibadan. His practice has seen him mentor and facilitate cultures of creativity and innovation in the corporate world, among the SMEs and in the non-profit organizations in and outside of Nigeria. He led the Rotary International Foundation, funded Peer Leadership and Depression Prevention Nigeria, using creative problem-solving skill as an essential ingredient in preventing and coping with depression. He is currently designing curricula for creative leadership for business and organization stakeholders. He is a fellow of the Global Academy of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, and a member of the International Society for the Study of Creativity and Innovation. And so, my dear brothers and sisters, I want to believe that the person of Reverend Father Felix Kingsley Obialo is capable of delivering to us the topic of discussion for today, which is titled, Effective Administration for Quality Assurance in Catholic Schools. May I humbly invite Father to please come forward and deliver his talk. Father, please.
Your Grace, I want to appreciate you for finding time to attend. Over these years, I think I've not had the privilege of having you where I speak. So today is one of those few occasions. So I am very, very privileged today. My dear friends in Christ, the conversation about whether somebody who didn't pay school fees should be allowed to write exams, for me, there's no template to answer that. From the perspective of creativity, we usually suggest that if you want to solve problems creatively, you might need to have recourse to wide and unusual ideas. Therefore, I think we must recommend that each school should think about the environment in which they operate and then take decisions. We've heard people say, if you allow them to write exams, then they will take them elsewhere. That is very instructive. It means that in that environment, they don't really care about the kind of standards. And one of the things I've been mentioning is that we are here for business also, in spite of the fact that we are providing services. So we don't have to be sentimental about some decisions. So what works for us? If you didn't receive school fees, you might not be able to adequately pay your staff. Therefore, I would suggest humbly that each school should decide what they do depending on the environment in which they are operating. That is my contribution. Thank you very much. Introduction to what we are here to do today. Individuals and groups, they rely on schools for so many things, especially to achieve goals, to achieve objectives. Then schools carry the means of making this happen. So schools, they perpetuate cultures, civilizations, systems. Each society, each system decides what will go on in their schools. And so schools are very, very important. In spite of the fact that schools are very important, they could also be transformative. Schools have challenges. And one of the challenges of schools or the educational system is the issue of quality. So quality has been a topical issue in the Nigerian educational system. Today we are going to talk about quality assurance, how to use effective administrations to ensure that we have quality assurance in our different schools. Quality influences a lot of things. You know, it influences the parents' choices, the student choices, depending on how such children are exposed, how they are raised by their parents. Because we find that at times when students want to go to school, especially if they want to attend secondary schools, the parents call them at times and say, what school would you like to attend? So if you grew up in such a family background, then you have a choice in deciding which school to attend. Then of course, at the higher level, higher educational level, it becomes a very serious issue. If you believe that this school has more quality to offer than another, and you have the means to access that school, you go for it. Then it is pertinent to question a number of things concerning this topic. What do you mean by quality? Quality according to who? Who decides quality? What kind of quality are you talking about? And so for us Catholics, we will need to determine what is the kind of quality that we want to exist in our educational system, especially in this Archdiocese. We are noted for so many things, and it is actually counterproductive. It is antithetical to the idea of quality that somebody will leave a Catholic school for another Catholic school without the head of school asking for details about the transfer. Why did you come to our school? So it is very important. So if you have people who are not asking for the reason why they are transferring to their school, it is against the high standards that the Catholic education is noted for. And we must understand that Catholic education has centuries of experience. And we must not toy with it. Toiling with it will affect the quality that we are known for. You know, I've known some people who will say, this is a Catholic school. They don't really care about knowing the details of what happens in your school. They just hand over the child, their children, to the reverend fathers, to the reverend sisters, or to whoever is in charge, because such schools are Catholic. So that is the kind of quality we want to maintain. Now let's continue. We need to clear the bush. I'm not going to bother you too much about the details, but I need to do this because at times management and administration, even though they are related, they are confused. So we need to just quickly ask ourselves, what can we do? How do we help ourselves to understand what we are about? So when you talk about management, essentially it is from Latin, which is manus, meaning hand. So the idea of management has also undergone some transformation from when it was first conceived in the 13th century English. But today, you find that it has moved from the skills used to control horses to the management of people. So you find that it has moved from hands when it was originally conceived, when it was originally introduced into the English language lexicon, to management, controlling and directing people, resources, and tasks to accomplish particular goals and objectives. So I want us to contrast that with administration. It's also from the Latin. Baba is here, so I have to be very careful in my Latin so that he doesn't give me a lecture after that. I want to spare him the details. So it is from here. Administration, Baba Shemogba, which translates easily to aid, to help, cooperate, to direct, to manage. So you see that administration also includes some elements of management. However, there is one big thing, one big difference between administration and management. And what is that? It means that it is the act of helping, assisting, ruling, controlling, managing, serving, and guiding. So when you administer, you are also serving, you are also guiding. Unlike when you are a manager tries to ensure that people under them act in particular ways. And so all they do is to look for skills to make you do things. In fact, managers at times are coaches. A coach tells you, this is how you must behave. This is how you must do it. So we need to understand that. But an administrator goes above and beyond that to ensure that while controlling, they are also modeling the kind of behavior that they expect from you. And so they assist you also to achieve that in order to achieve the desired objective. So an administrator, therefore, will be a leader necessarily. And what does a leader do? A leader actually facilitates group resources in order to achieve group objectives or goals. So if we came together as a group and I'm your leader, all I do is to look for resources around. The resources will be both human and otherwise. The resources available to us. When we look at us now, we have number. That is one huge resource in this gathering. Another resource will be your background, your training. Another resource could be the money available to us. Another resource will be the educational committee that facilitates so many things about education in this archdiocese. Another resource will be also the heads of school, etc., etc. Another resource will be the teaching aids available to us to help us achieve our goals in the teaching learning process. Therefore, a leader will harness all these resources in order to achieve the goals that we have determined for ourselves. That this is what we want to achieve. And today, our goal is to ensure that we review the effectiveness of our administration so that we can ensure quality assurance, so that we can ensure the standards, the quality that we have set for ourselves as people involved in the Catholic educational system. Now, the idea of quality assurance is something that we find in the area of business, production. And that is very important. I wanted to say, my dear people of God. I wanted to create church. so I won't say, okay. But I see my dear people of God. And Baba is my Baba of God. So we need to understand that business is part of providing educational services. And that is very serious. So when you are providing educational services, it's not just that you are involved in being charitable, you are also involved in business. And that means that you will need to earn enough money, make enough money to sustain your business. It means also that you earn enough money to pay your workers, etc., etc. So let us examine from the business perspective what quality assurance is. The first one is that quality assurance is a managerial process that embraces all the systemic activities essential for providing sufficient sureness that a product will meet the required quality. And so the confidence is two ways. The first is that internally you have determined some things. So what are we expecting as people in this system? So will what we produce meet what we as a people, a body, a cooperation, a business, what we have decided will be quality for us? Then the other one is to have external consideration. The people we are producing these things for, the goods, the services we are providing for people, will it meet or will they meet the desires, the requirements of outsiders? That is very important. And so, quality assurance is a means of preventing mistakes, damages, waste, and defects in manufactured products and services. And so, it is concerned with the method or the process is executed or a product is developed. So it is concerned with the method, the process, or how a product is developed. It looks at planning, executing, evaluating, and obeying established standards that are needed to assure quality in the product. So we have two things to determine. We have two things to consider when we are talking about quality assurance. What we have determined as a body, as a business, or as an organization providing services, providing products to the outside world, and what those people who will be our customers, who will be our clients, what they will consider as quality. Meaning, therefore, that we need to also consider them when we are determining what is going to be quality. Next slide. Your pointer has stopped. Technical man. Are you touching it? So now I want us to look at what is on the screen. You see this, it's borrowed from business jargon. So you define what quality is. Then this is quality assurance. And then you measure it, then you prove upon it. So there's need for constant feedback. You evaluate. And how do you evaluate? You have to get this feedback. And on the feedback you get, you make improvement. Therefore, quality assurance is a constant thing. It's a continuous thing. It is not something that is static. When you get to a level, you examine what you can do again. And so you use the outcomes of your evaluation now to improve what you're going to present, what you're going to offer in future. So it's a continuous thing, quality assurance. But you must have people who will take care of the issue of quality. Now, it is a collective process by which an academic institution like our own guarantees that the quality of the educational process is maintained according to established standards. So, quality assurance will help us to satisfy ourselves, the students we provide services for, and then other external bodies through the institution's quality assurance mechanism. So external bodies will include the government, the Archdiocese of Ibadan. What did we tell you to do for us? Then other stakeholders like policymakers, administrators, curriculum developers, etc., etc. Now, we must understand that quality assurance therefore ensures that if its courses meet the proper academic and professional standards or ideals. The other one is if the set objectives for each course are appropriate. If the manner chosen for the delivery of course objective is appropriate and adequate. If the available resources for delivering the set course objective are adequate and appropriate. Then if the school strives continuously for the improvement of the quality of all the courses. So continuous effort, continuous struggle, continuous sacrifices to ensure that the standard, the quality for which we are known for is maintained, is improved upon. Next slide. There are at least two essential requirements to quality assurance. The first is that we must define the characteristics of quality. Remember at the beginning I said, whose quality? Who determines the quality? So we don't have to go far. We will talk about that later. So you define it. When you define it, then you ensure that somebody is also ensuring that the quality is upheld. Somebody ensures that quality is maintained. Somebody ensures that quality is promoted, quality is improved upon. And so that is the second provision, judgment of the attainment. Have we attained it? Are we there? Are we showing signs that we will get to that level where we attain the quality that we have set out to achieve from the beginning? So this may involve quantitative and qualitative assessment. You judge it. You do interviews, you give them questionnaires to answer, etc., etc. So the judgments about academic quality are made by someone. And in this case, who will determine that? The Education Committee of the Archdiocese, that is saddled with the responsibility of overseeing educational affairs in the Archdiocese. And of course, the Educational Committee will also defer to the Archbishop, who gave them the job in the first instance. Now, what are the implications of the established scenario for effective administration of quality assurance? The first one is that our schools are Catholic. The Pope Francis has told us that there's need for quality, inclusive, and child-centered education as a way of caring for the young and our common home. In Laudato Si, number 18. And of course, this must go with core Catholic educational values. So you can't bring anything into our educational system that is not Catholic, because that will not fit into the determination of what quality is about. The other one is that the Archdiocese of Ibadan has her own peculiarities. So you not bring ideas from your village and say you must impose that idea on us in the Archdiocese of Ibadan, because that would be village idea, not Archdiocese of Ibadan idea. The other one is there's need to evaluate our curriculum, and this must be consistent. I have 5 minutes. This must be consistent. So there's no need to be sentimental. If our current curriculum is not achieving what we want to achieve, then we overhaul it. If there's need to correct this or that, to remove this, to add that, we'll do that, because the only thing in life that is consistent is change. So we don't say we have been doing this for 20 years, for 30 years, no need to improve. No, we must understand that that is key for sustainability. The other one is that we have a business to run. So we need to determine, convince ourselves that we are here to run a business. I think one of the problems we have is that we are not very business-like. So we need to ask ourselves, are we running a business? Because we are always conflicted. We want to provide services that will be readily accessible to the poor. We also want to make money, make profits that will help us to sustain the business we are doing. So there are some schools in this Archdiocese, they always run to the chancery from way back for the payment of staff salaries. True of us? You will not answer. So you may want to ask yourself, how do we now change that narrative? How do we change that so that your school will be sustainable? The other one is that we must make our schools competitive. So if you understand that we are in a market where we are competing with others, then you need to come up with ways, ideas that will help us to remain afloat, to become competitive. Not that when people reject others, you grab them because you are looking for what? Population. Schools, businesses that are serious, they don't look for population. In fact, they reject. There are some schools in Nigeria that are Catholic, they reject candidates. True of us. Why? Because they don't have the problem of bowing to the pressure of their competitors. Now, quality assurance team is inevitable. So I will suggest to the Educational Committee of the Archdiocese to look for a group that will be in charge of quality assurance. It is a proactive process wherein quality is created at the initial stage to ensure that the product satisfies the required standards and customer specifications. Our products are our services as educational institution. Our customers are the students. their parents and their guardians. These are their customers. Quality control brings out a workforce that is knowledgeable and skilled. Quality assurance helps in bridging the gap between school curriculum and the workplace performance. So what you teach your students will help them to prepare for the workplace. Then quality assurance assists to meet the needs of a job market that is changing rapidly. So you cannot be teaching them how to type with typewriter when people are teaching their students how to use what? Computer. So when those taught with typewriter graduate, some of you are still doing stencil to type things. You know, it's not going to make your student marketable, because when they meet their peers outside, they said they have a computer lab. Say, what is computer lab? You know, you think they will not withdraw their student. Of course they will withdraw their students. So we need to be very careful. So quality assurance procedures increase employability and support successful career outcomes. Now let's continue. Business cannot be as usual. So when we leave today and we go back to our schools, I want a situation where the heads of school will sit with their management team and the teachers and say, okay, we cannot continue to do this. Let us now assess whether we even have quality that we are upholding in our schools and see how we can make amends. That is very important. Then training and retraining of stakeholders. So we hope that we'll have the means to train continuously all the stakeholders, the teachers, whether they're management team or not, we train them and retrain them. And of course, we train also the priests periodically, because training is very important. Yeah, I heard that. So then there's need also to invest in our school system. We need to invest in our school system. We are not necessarily profit-oriented, but we need money to survive. I know Baba used to tell us in those days that till now, so without money, even though it's evil, without money you cannot do any good. Baba Shimosoto. So Baba will say that. So we need to look for how we are going to invest in our school system in order to make profit. Conclusion. Now, change is a reality of life. There's nothing you can do. It is a constant. Change is difficult. Universally, people are afraid of change. However, it is possible. So, I want to end with this quotation by my Oga and myself in one of our books. Professor Meke is my Oga in UI. So, this is what we came up with. It says, education needs the utmost care. Let us read it together so that it will sink. You cannot see it. Okay, now let me see it on your behalf and read it to you. Education needs the utmost care, as the type of education in any society determines the quality of its graduates and essentially the leaders such a society would have. This fact means that education is the undisputed tool for change. Education must be given all necessary considerations. This consideration, therefore, must include quality inputs such as quality teachers, quality teaching planning, provision of a conducive environment, and teaching aids. End of quote. Obialo and Emeka 2019. Page what? Page 2. You saw page 2, but you couldn't read it. I therefore appeal to all the stakeholders at this gathering to do a paradigm shift in their context. So those at Akpomu, those at Basharu, those at, do you have anyone in UI? So in your context, do a paradigm shift to ensure Catholic education thrives and facilitates change in our country and our archdiocese. Thanks for your generous time and attention.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father Dr. Felix Kingsley Obialo. Please, may we put our hands together for him. The summary of all that Doctor has said today is that all of us should begin to build our minds for quality. Quality in teaching, quality in learning, building quality teachers, quality environment for studies. And I hope we have taken good note of that. Now we shall move to the section of questions and answer as well as contributions. And so I'm just going to be taking 4 questions because I'm sure we know that we are out of time already. 4 questions. If you know you have questions for Doctor, your hands up. 1, the man on red. Okay, one after the other.
There are 2 people at the back.
Someone there?
There are 2 people at the back. So decide it first.
Okay, so I take the man waving at me at the back. You may stand so that they would have you. Okay, any hand from this angle again?
Can we come forward, please, so that we can just make it? Give your name, school, and then your question. Please go straight to your question. Come.
Okay, so we have the 4 of them already. 2 coming forward from here and 2 from here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. I want to ask if it is right for in a school setting where they make the teachers less important and also they allow the students to determine who leaves or who stays, whether for good or otherwise.
No, don't go yet. You know, in some schools they have a means of asking students to evaluate teachers. So if you have a system where evaluation is taken seriously, some people will not be happy with it because naturally people don't like being evaluated. So if the students determine that their teacher or particular teacher is not doing well, and the school management determines that you are incorrigible, they should ask you to please excuse them now. Because you are not meeting the quality, the standard set when you were employed. I'm sure that everybody here employed as a teacher in the Archdiocese has this, I've forgotten what it is called, like terms of reference. I know there is a handbook. I've forgotten what that thing is called. So they tell you, you are expected to do this, you are expected to do that. So if you didn't do it, from the beginning you were told that you were some kind of behavior I expected. So those key performance indices are there for you, presented to you from the outset. And you didn't meet them, and the students said, we are tired of this man, we don't want him again, then you can go. But if it is a case of vindictiveness, then the heads of school should determine otherwise. So that's what I'm going to say. So it's not a question of the students are asking you to leave. Why are they asking you to leave? Or why did the head of school ask you to leave? So it's not like that. So you should give us more details. That is what I believe is happening.
Write the questions. Why the few of them we talk. Just ask straight to the point.
My question is, how can my question is this: how can quality be maintained to bring about productivity, effectiveness, and how can quality be maintained in our schools to ensure productivity, effectiveness, and favorable results when our schools are fast losing their best hands, their best quality to the government, and unable also to employ good teachers? What can we do?
Thank you very much. Father would respond to that, to all of the questions collectively.
Okay.
There is a question here.
Okay. In the face of low enrollment in some of the Catholic schools, I want to know what the school should do concerning the admission exams. Because it's discovered that some of the students that come for our entrance exam, The school has standard, maybe 70%. A student that is coming to our school must score 70% and above. But now in the face of low enrollment in some schools are bending the rules. And we want to maintain the quality. So now, how will the school now be able to, to ensure that we have good number of students in the school and the standard of admission is not compromised? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the questions. There is another question here that reads, please, I want to know the difference between a qualified teacher and a competent teacher to enhance qualitative education. We also have a question that says, what becomes of a school who, out of her generosity, sends her teachers to seminars, trainings, and eventually lose those teachers to other sectors? What becomes the fate of such schools? Here I also have the question, it is expected that nationally our curricula is long overdue for review. How can the Catholic Church take the decision of operating quality education that would meet the reality of today without partnering with the government to ensure fruition? Okay.
Please, to save time, I will read an answer so that we can follow. The first is, what is the difference between a qualified teacher and a competent teacher to enhance quality in education? The first is that qualified teacher is you go to school, you get all the certifications. That should be easy. You have a degree or NC in education, and then you also have a qualification from National Teachers Institute. Am I correct? So what else do you have? Then when you now come to class, to prove, to defend your certificate or diploma becomes a problem. You cannot teach. Meanwhile, you are coming with all kinds of degrees, all kinds of letters after your name, but you cannot deliver. So you are not, that is the difference. And so when the students complain about you, then you are up in arms. You say they don't like you. Or when your head of school corrects you, you say they don't like you. So that is the thing. So when you are qualified or overqualified, but you cannot deliver in the classroom because you are the manager of the teaching learning process as a teacher, and the student is supposed to benefit from you, and the students are not benefiting from you, then you are not competent. Maybe you should change your profession. After all, a teacher was once the president of Nigeria. So the other one is what becomes of a school who out of her generosity exposes her teachers through seminars, trainings, and certifications, loses such teachers to other sectors or schools. Well, remember I mentioned that we are in a competition. So we are in the open market, we are Nigerians. The environment means that the highest bidder gets whatever is available. There's nothing you may do about it. What you may want to do is that perhaps when they are employed, you tell them you cannot leave after particular period. So you keep them. People might say, is that just? Is that moral? To use the words of Professor Emunemu. But we are also in business. You say, okay, after employment, you cannot leave if you didn't satisfy these conditions. There's nothing you can do about it. Even government at times lose their workers. I hope you know. I know some lecturers who left federal universities for private universities because of better pay and better conditions of service. There's nothing you can do about it. But that should not discourage the schools from continuously training their teachers. It is expected that the curriculum is long overdue. I think one of the problems we have in Nigeria is that we have always anything we have single thing for this, for that. In some other countries that are more progressive, they have multiple curricula. So what customers do, you understand how I'm using customers. So what customers do is to look at your curriculum, and then they say, okay, your curriculum fits with my objective or the objectives that I have for my children. And then they say, okay, can you please admit them? But in Nigeria, you have one curriculum for everything. But I understand that when we go to, I know rather, because I'm part of those who designed our university curriculum with Dr. Nancy, who is here, Nancy Woods. I know that the Nigerian university system is now asking universities to provide 30% of their curriculum that will reflect what each university will be known for. In our school, Dominican University, I'm advertising Dominican University Ibadan in case you don't have, in case you have not heard about it before. Don't come to UI, come to our school. If you come to our university, you get to be taught creativity, innovation by Father Obialo, you know. So you understand. You get to understand ethics. You get to also understand computer free of charge. So you don't have to study computer before you learn computer in the university at undergraduate level. Isn't that wonderful? So clap for us, please. So So there's nothing we can do about that because we are still running a system in Nigeria where particular bodies decide the kind of curriculum that will be run by everybody. So until that changes. So what we could do is that as Catholics, we can have some things in our curriculum that will be unique to us. So that is what we have to do. But I have found in this archdiocese in the past where teachers, heads of school, fought teachers who are teaching pass on the faith. If you dispute it after now, I will tell you the names of people involved. So while we are trying to promote what is peculiar about us, some teachers, some heads of school are also kicking against it because they are interested in pursuing that one curriculum that they have received from the national bodies. So we need to be very careful about that. Then, somebody said, how can quality be maintained to ensure productivity? Am I correct? So you need monitoring, you need evaluation. Because after talking about quality now, when we go back to our schools, we need somebody, a gatekeeper or gatekeepers, who will ensure that what you have heard today will be what? Implemented. One of the greatest problems to our development in Nigeria is that we have beautiful policies. We attend workshops, we attend conferences, we attend seminars, but when we finish, what do we do when we go back to those places where we were sent from? So that is the major problem. How do we implement what we have heard today? So if we go back home to our various schools, we should be able to say, okay, we have learned that quality should be maintained to ensure that our students, our graduates are employable. For instance, they are able to meet with the needs of their peers of the contemporary Nigerian society. Somebody must ensure that that is happening. If nobody is monitoring, then it will not work. So how can we maintain the standard of school without compromising the requirements of the school? Where there's low enrollment. Well, you cannot eat your cake and have it. If you are in a place where you have low enrollment, you must ensure that you go out of your way to ensure enrollment. And that means advertising your school. So there are issues involved. Marketing your school. Have you marketed your school since you got to that school, since you became head of that school? What efforts have you done to market your school? If people don't know you exist, they will not come to you. Your edifice, your school might be beautiful, but if people are not aware that that is what you are doing in that school, they will not come to you. So marketing is very key. Don't say they have employed me. At the end of every month, I get my salary. No. So we need to market our schools. It is very important. I think I have finished. Thank you very much.
Please let us put our hands together for Father Dr. Felix Kingsley Obialo. Okay, so we have spoken so much about holistic development that education brings, but there is often these other aspects of human development that we don't so much pay attention to. You know, we realize that yes, school develops every individual physically, you know, but there is one aspect that we look at, and that's why we find out there are many graduates who are committing suicide, they are jumping into lakes, you know, they're killing themselves, and there is one aspect we tend to forget. And that is why the next topic is coming to try to merge education with psychology. Yeah, even in our schools, we don't have all those psychological structures that help us groom mature minds. So that is why we have no other capable hand to have this discussion than Dr. Sylvester Eze, a clinical psychologist. Before he comes forward, before our applause for him, let me quickly read his citation. Dr. Sylvester Eze Chinyere Eze is a clinical psychologist with a special focus on cognitive and behavioral sciences for optimal mental health and well-being. With a career spanning over 15 years, Dr. Eze has excelled in providing expert consultations and delivering effective interventions for diverse clients, including school administrators, parents, teachers, students, parishes, youth organizations, firms, and families. His notable roles include consultant clinical psychologist and counselor at the Education Department, Catholic Diocese of Ibadan, Ogun State. He's also the psychologist and counselor facilitating psychological intervention services and training in various schools across the nation. His exceptional ability to address psychological and behavioral factors affecting mental health, learning, and teaching outcomes have earned him widespread recognition. As a mental health advocate and expert, Dr. Eze has spoken at numerous conferences organized by different fields of study and has published extensively in both local and international journals. His 2024 paper was featured in the 5th volume of the Journal of Evaluation Studies in Social Sciences. Currently, Dr. Eze serves as the director of APS Psychological Consult and Services, the CEO of Study Care Clinic, and a lecturer in the Philosophy Department at SS Peter and Paul Catholic Major Seminary, Bodija, Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. To this effect, I present to all of us Dr. Sylvester Eze. You're welcome, Doctor.
Your Grace, Reverend Fathers, esteemed professors and doctors, distinguished teachers, rightly seated, good afternoon. As a matter of introduction, in our clime, it is a known fact that the most engaged aspect of human existence and human nature is the one often ignored and neglected. To buttress this is what has transpired here today. I am your last speaker, yet I am going to talk about the most engaged aspect of your human existence, And that is what? Your mind. Please, may I ask you, do you feel tired? Be honest. Do you feel tired? It is my job, therefore, to make you unfeel the tiredness. And that is why I am here, to present to you the psychological enhanced programs for holistic development in our schools. Can I hear you say amen? Amen. I am not a pastor, but I will also satisfy you psychosocial spiritually this afternoon. As I've rightly introduced, the most ignored appears to be your human mind. When it comes to learning environment, the school, the most engaged is your mind, but it is the most ignored. That is why you see professors who slump, they die. That is why you see teachers slap children or students vehemently, and that will inflict injury. And that is why you see quality not being qualitative as expected. I want you to take a look at someone seated next to you. Look at the person. Please take a look now. You have been staring at us since. Take a look, left and right, left and right. If the person is a he, or the person is a she, say to the person, you are beautiful or handsome. Okay. We are on the same page. I have taken away the tiredness. Now you are feeling fine. A round of applause for me now. Okay. Now listen. When you expose yourself and the students to a dilapidated infrastructural environment, what you are simply doing is to predispose and precipitate distress. Too much grammar, Abi. Moma muwale, moma muwale, moma muwale. I am a therapist. My job is to communicate, to ensure you understand and feel what I am saying. Looking at the person next to you, if the person is handsome, naturally you will put up a smile. If the person is beautiful, you will put up a smile. Now listen. Do you know that your appearance can trigger improved mental health or cause emotional distress? The brain boss for all actions of our human existence is our mind. And that is why the mind is the central processing unit of everything we are doing. You are laughing, is the mind that is at work. You are frowning, is the mind that is at work. Sister is pressing his phone, it is the mind that is at work. Brother is pressing phone, it is as mind that is at work. You enjoy the pop-off, it is the mind that is at work. Now, hear this. Hear this. There is a prevalence of abandonment and sufferers found by some scholars. WHO revealed that 1 out of 8 adults, whether you are a professor, whether you are a bishop, whether you are a priest, 1 out of 8 adults suffers from psychological distress. Check is a wala. Now, coming to your profession as teachers, interestingly in Nigeria, it is as good as don't say it out. 1 out of 3 suffer from psychological distress, and yet they are teachers. What about students? Students, 1 out of 2 suffer from emotional distress. And our economy is not making things. Okay, now, I was privileged to conduct a study in one of our schools. And interestingly, 1 out of 2 significantly suffered from psychological distress symptoms. Hello. Father, I know I have 20 minutes and I will use my 20 minutes. Okay. Signs and symptoms. Orí fífọ́, ẹsẹ̀ ń dùn mí, inú ń ro mí, anya na-ara m ahụ, ntị na-egbu m mgbu. All those things, when you present yourself to the hospitals, they see nothing. True or false? Kì í ṣe ayé ló ń ṣe ẹ́. It is not village people. It is distress symptoms that you've not treated. Interestingly, when you have a pupil or a child avoiding class, not completing notes, misplacing notes, even the one that is bullying, that you will beat hell out of that boy or girl, the child is only manifesting what is known as irritability, an emotional distress symptom. And here you will kill the child. Go to praying mountain. Now lie. Now distress, they affect the child. Now, clinical depression or anxiety, we have some things that must be met for us to say you are diagnosed of having depression or anxiety. So, heart pounding, racing heart, chest pain, migraines, guilt feelings, when nobody is doing anything to you, is a distress symptom. You are distressed. Inability to have concentration. In fact, for a period of 15 minutes, you can't concentrate. You are distressed. You need to see a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. So, suicide thinking. Some of you feel worthless. You feel useless. You are suffering from distress. Actually, not depression, because it has not been diagnosed. So, we have symptoms, things that precipitate these things among teachers, known as cognitive trap. I want to ask you, do you believe that this teaching profession can make you a rich man that will build house or buy car? Now, you see, it's a cognitive trap. How will you then deliver quality? When you are in where you are, you don't believe in what you are doing. Simply put, you are suffering from cognitive dissonance. And your distress level will be higher. That's the fact. So moving forward, let me just move forward. Among students, we have cognitive traps too. An example of cognitive trap is this. It's what we have mentioned. Education is a... But let me tell you this. Reading or studying, which one will make your student to pass? But you are advocating reading. You are inculcating reading, not studying. And that is a cognitive trap that will precipitate and perpetuate emotional distress in that child. Because the required studying skill to excel, you have not been giving them. And they will keep failing. You keep teaching how to read, not how to study. Just like what the professor mentioned, innovation. We were taught how to read, not by the school, but by my parents at home. How about you? So studying is the key to excellence and academic success. So, I have a case study. Because of time, I will skip this. You know, the mind has always been the most neglected. So I won't talk much. But when you are distressed, you will pay more to have treatment. So you have Amina, always outspoken and always ready to learn, but yet not doing well in class. Do you have such students? You have one known as Maria, a student known for being withdrawn and quiet. Every day they are withdrawn and they are quiet, and you wonder what is happening to this child. You will make effort to engage the child, but the child will always be withdrawn and quiet. Distress is affecting that child. We have Biodu, a male student, mature for his age, sensitive to peers' emotion, You know, he's always there. And we have another one, James. James struggles with paying attention, studying, and views the school as boring, difficult, and hard to get through. Do you have such students? Okay. We have another one known as Bola. Bola is in constant motion. You will say the boy is restless. Always wanting to touch things. Always, right? Sometimes that might be a way of the Bola communicating distress being experienced to you. But you won't know because you are not trained. Now, we have Shade. Shade likes to sleep in class and her voice notes. Do you have such? If a child is suffering from this problem, what do? You will beat, Abi. You will organize extra coaching, extra class. Now lie, it won't work. Listen to what will work. I call it COBE, Cognitive and Behavioral Solutions. Identifying distressed students and teachers early enough. Identifying them. Interestingly, one of the ways to identify is by administering questionnaires, which I have done in collaboration with educational departments. You have filled questionnaire, right? You have only responded to the questions based on distresses you are experiencing. Without your name, we will know how much it is in your own environment. Now, what about the students? How do you identify the students? I call it psychoeducation. Teaching students symptoms, knowledge. Awareness of this knowledge. 5 minutes more. Okay, good. I'm in time. Don't worry, I'm in time. We have cognitive restructuring. I have actually demonstrated all these skills here today. And we have behavioral skills. Now listen to this. If you constantly administer questionnaire, you may not get the desired result because there will be response sets or biases to the responses. Then I developed this. It took me 15 years to develop this, and I've used it in several Catholic schools. Classroom diagnostic instrument. It actually identifies the child, behavioral functions, and that of the teachers. If your mind is affected, there will be behavioral impairment. So let us screen out those behavioral functions, weekly or bi-weekly, especially at resumptions. Then we have psychoeducation and restructuring sessions. 40 minutes bi-termly psychological sessions with teachers where you pour your mind with a professional engaging you. Not where you will be shy to say what is really affecting you. A nobody that will listen to you, but a qualified professional. You pour out your mind twice in a session. You pour out those things and your memory geek will have more space to do more studies and teach the pupils very well. And we have cognitive restructuring session, which is going to be in group form with students. We've tried it. Unfortunately, Father Boniface Urala is not here. We've tried it. It worked. Cognitive restructuring. Having sessions with students where you do talk, maybe once in 2 weeks, 40 minutes in group. And you will get things out and things will move on fine. Now, another factor that has perpetuated emotional distress among students is poor study skills. And by the grace of God, after 15 years of research, is here. Do you know how to engage a child when it comes to studying? Do you know that we have study skills? But when you don't have it, you don't possess the knowledge, how will you transmit the knowledge to the child? Please, get this simplified, cognitive and behavioral. Very affordable. Outside there, they are there. So study skill method, give it to the children. Parents will shout about a child watching TV, playing games on video excessively, and they don't know what to do. Sincerely, the playing of video and watching of television is cognitive and behavioral. And the solution lies in cognitive and behavioral. The knowledge is here. And this one is a practical approach. If you doubt it, Practice it. This one is practice. It's not knowledge that is not evidence-based. It is evidence-based. I'm not here to tell you what is not real. Try it and you will see solution. Then, behavioral skills, relaxation therapy. God has given us oxygen and it's free and cheap. Learning how to take in oxygen, breathing it in and breathing it out in a trained manner can save you a lot of emotional distresses. Do you know that? Some of you would doubt, but it is true. By the time we have the platform to expose you to these simple basic skills, and you will see that, wow, life indeed is beautiful. That child sleeping in class can be helped, not with cane and not with punishment. Positive self-affirmation. Hello. Polite communication. Father, you are handsome. Father will smile. But do you know I have triggered serotonin, a neurochemical substance that is really critical for depression, even for other mental health disorders. When it is depleted, you will be depressed. But by mere words, positive self-affirmation and communication, it can be sustained high. Those taking substance, nicotine, caffeine, marijuana, what are they looking for? They are only looking for things to sustain the threshold of this neurochemical substance in their brain. That's what they are. But the reality is that it is fake. It is not natural. It will not last long. You will keep looking for more while devastating and destroying the natural structure that you have introduced something alien to. So, and when something alien is introduced, you can see the barbed wire around the brain. It will choke it and it will die. And when it is a cognitive behavioral exposure, your brain will be glowing. People will be seeing you happy. No matter what, you will be happy. Tell somebody, be happy. Finally, anger management. Anger management. I have made a research and I realized that at the heart of any form of violence is anger. Whether in your home, in seminary, convents, everybody, they suffer from anger. True or false? But you can be anger free when you possess the skill to control the anger. Anger is a natural thing that God has given you as a human person. But you need to control it. That's the same way you can control food intake. Hello? So when we have a platform, maybe by sessions in a term, we expose you teachers to simple skills of managing anger. Even at home. When you can control the anger at home, you will be a better person even in the school environment. So, conclusively, a system where there is lack of immediate will to provide care for mental health symptoms, the later loss or damage is often huge. Thank you and God bless you. Do I have time remaining, Father? Okay, but I'm on point, right?
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, so let me put my book outside if they want. They can give me the question. I will be here.
So, please let us put our hands together for Doctor. He has successfully redirected our focus to begin to see the need for not only physical development, but even mental, psychological, and emotional development of our pupils. Thank you very much once again, Doctor. Now we shall immediately launch into the sessions for questions, answers, and contributions. Now, if you know you have any questions, please just let me see your hands up so that we'll know the number of questions we're entertaining. If you have any questions, your hands up, please. Okay, while I invite forward this first person, every other person should begin to write down their questions. You may come forward, sir. Every other person should begin to write down their questions and pass it to me here in the front. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. With the lecture we just had now, I'm a teacher. I'm teaching set of students. But I noticed that the students, they are not following my page. Is it my own problem or the problem of the students? That's just it.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone with their questions ready?
I can stand. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is, I'm happy about the last speaker because I had jotted this down earlier. One thing that we've left out so far is how to correct students who have erred. I know that sometimes when the pupils do bad things, it's either we flog them or we ask them to pick papers around the school. Is there a way of doing constructive correction of these students? So instead of flogging them or asking them to pick papers, maybe you ask them to sit down and read their book for 30 minutes. Is there anything we can do to correct students aside flogging and asking them to pick papers? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, so this question reads, as it is generally known that students fear mathematics, how can mathematics teachers psychologically prepare students to like mathematics? Okay, how can the school management identify teachers?
The first person with the question, not being on the same page with the students when teaching. May I ask quickly, what subject are you teaching? What subject, please? Oh, beautiful, agricultural science. Please, without mixing words, simply put, your teaching methodology is what you should look into. All right? And of course, you should have knowledge of adolescents, children and adolescents development. Are they below age 10 or above age 10 and above? So please, you need to look at the environment too. But number one, you are assumed to be a professional that can manage human minds. So what we do as teachers in Catholic setting is formation. We don't just educate, we form the human mind. We give formation. So please go and look into your teaching methodology. If I am to evaluate you, I would have asked you, what do you think is the best teaching method to teach that class? Do I have the time to do more practical drilling as a psychologist? Please come quickly. Less than a minute. This is what we do. My job is practical. It's not theory. It's not abstract. What do you think as a professional teacher should be the teaching methodology best to be used?
I think it should be demonstration.
Demonstration. Okay. Now, the answer shouldn't be demonstration. It is based on the topic. First, the understanding of the behavior, cognitive and behaviorally, of the students, and in what setting are you going to teach them. If you want to teach soil, for instance, you cannot only dwell on demonstrational method. You can also put in use play-way method. Depending on the age of the students. Okay? Please, next time when we meet, I will expose you to things that will make you understand. But take this as we are going. If you are to prepare a meal for 30 persons, how will you go about it? Go and answer it. You will give me a response later. If you are to prepare a meal for 30 persons, how do you go about it? Number 2, constructional correctional measure or punitive. Okay, now, please, again, punishment. Punishment can be covert or overt. Overt is what you see. Covert may not be seen. But because of our exposure, we dwell on overt, the physical one that can be seen. If I call the child, you didn't do well. Today, go and write a letter of apology. And I followed through. That is a correctional method. True or false? The only challenge we have in the methods of correction we are employing is simply we don't follow through. We don't follow through. So please, go and learn something about psychology of learning using punishment and reinforcement. To drive that home, if a child that is crying, if a child is walking and the child should fall and started crying, and I go up to pick the child, what have I done? Have I reinforced or punished the crying behavior? So you don't know because you don't have the skill. But this is not the session for it. Next time, I will break it. I'll pieces the understanding of human behavior. If a nurturing mother, breastfeeding mother, and the child is crying, and you carry the child, give breast, what you have simply done to the child is to encourage the child to cry more next time when the child is famished. That is behavior. Okay, moving forward to the next question. Okay. Mathematics teacher, please, in psychology, ICD-10 or DSM-5, there is what is known as dyscalculia as a disorder. That is disorder of mathematics. So if you are a teacher of mathematics, you must learn the psychological skill. Mathematics naturally we precipitate what? Fear. Because we have been conditioned that mathematics is difficult. So if you are going to teach mathematics, you have to be practical. And unfortunately, students believe that they cannot read or study mathematics after the class. So please teach them that they can study mathematics. Now, next question is, how can the school management identify teachers that are having depressed mind or depressed? I showed you the instruments I designed. Please, first week, you will identify the teacher without the teacher knowing that you are actually doing screening, because what you are doing is a simple thing that they are. In fact, it's a teacher that will use the instrument and they will key in the things and you will identify. And once you've identified, it is absolutely private business. If I'm in your school, I have the responsibility, oath of office and practice, not to disclose things except the teacher mandates me to disclose. So please, let's put the book into use in your school. We'll come, maybe 2 weeks, collect it and analyze it. And we'll tell the teacher, this is what you are facing, this is what you are to work on. So, how can you help students who can speak well but can't write? Okay, simply put, how can you help a child that can speak well that cannot write? It's very simple. You know, I've been saying very simple, very simple. Interestingly, the C2S3R plus teaching study method I showed to you can actually help the child. That's the truth. Let the child put those things into use, the child will write well. And God has done it in such a way that eye movement and hand connection, they are almost at the same region. Not the same, but almost. So it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. Thank you very much. Okay. A child in my class is crying whenever rain is falling and uses her hands to block her ears, shouting. Do you know what has happened? There is what is known as phobia. The child is having phobia, and it's a learned behavior. When you are scared of something, you have simply learned how to be scared, and you need to unlearn that. With me, na my mind, na small thing. I can't be telling you that now. I'll have to see the child. Something must have transpired that conditioned the child to do that. And the child has been reinforced over time and across situations. So we need to unlearn those things with the child. Now, from the example you gave of the students in class, Bola is restless. If the student is suffering from ADHD by nature, is it the same thing as the child being depressed? ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. You are not in the qualified position to label the child as suffering from ADHD. Hello. Please, children naturally, they are filled with energy. A lot of schools I don't want to mention places, they are using it to rip off parents. Unprofessional people will tell you, ADHD. If you now ask them, is it the attention deficit or hyperactivity? Which one? They will say, Yeah, they would have told you your child is suffering from ADHD. Stop using those terms. You are only stigmatizing innocent children. All of us, we played rough when growing up. And our parents, in fact, they did a lot. But for you to do your own now, you are tired. And again, you have a child of 4 years, 5 years in primary 1. A child of 10 years, 11 years in GSS 2. Abi, see, if you don't have a professional support as a parent, you are going to traumatize that child. And there is one thing that is sure about human nature. You cannot cheat human nature. There is what is called deficit. The deficit will come to play. Playing should be a subject in school. Play should be a subject in school, but must be monitored and supervised objectively. So please don't come with ADHD until you are able to diagnose that. What do we do about a student that can get distracted easily, even when teaching? What we are to do is simple. Be a professional teacher. And I'll give you an example. Bala that is always restless walking. There is a solution. Make Bala to be the one cleaning your board. Call Bala, come and stand, clean the board. Okay, Bala, hold this for me. Engage the mind of the boy. Look beyond the behavior. The mind comes first before you see the behavior. Now, how can a child suffering from emotional or psychological stress be made to follow up, you need a professional touch. Unfortunately, I can say it authoritatively, even the guidance counselors in our schools, they are not trained in this aspect. Some of them, you have converted them to become classroom teachers. I can bet you, by the time we expose them the classroom diagnostic instruments, they will walk. They will not have room to go to class. And your school that is looking for pupils will grow immediately. Because by the time you train the child, it will rub off on the parents. Thank you and God bless you. I hope I've attended to all the questions here.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Of course, there will be further avenues to ask him questions privately. Our guest speakers would also have some few interventions to make. Very brief. Some 1 minute, some 2 minutes max. And so I would love to invite Professor Elizabeth Emeke for her intervention. You're welcome, Professor. Let us put our hands together for her.
Thank you, Father. Some questions were passed to the table, but then they were, Father in his wisdom thought that we should take them separately from the facilitators. So the first one here is extra lesson not allowed in Archdiocesan schools? Is extra lessons not allowed in Archdiocesan schools? The answer is neither yes nor no. Because each school is free to do what is expedient in the school and what is in the best interest of the children and their parents. If we say you shouldn't, let's look at why we needn't, the pros and cons of having extra lessons. Because having extra lessons has its pro and its con. It's good to have extra lessons in situations where you find that students need extra support. They are not really doing well. And you cannot really spend all the time you have in class with just 1, 2, or 3 children out of the 30 or 35 children that are before you in the class. But it will be really good for you to be able to spot these 2, 3, 4, 5 children who need extra support. And you can give that kind of extra support to them post engagement with the entire class. Because you shouldn't also slow others down simply because you want to help these other ones. So in situations where there's need for extra support, extra lesson will be, a way out. Some students need to have confidence in themselves, and they don't have it because they are not performing well. So when they are not performing well, they will lose that confidence. And that the need to have self-confidence is part of psychological development. And it's a necessity for any individual, even adults, to be able to operate in life. You need to be able to have that confidence in yourself and be able to do certain things at certain times, in certain places, and be assertive when there is a need for that. So, we can also use extra lesson time to boost the performance of the students. And by the time the performance is boosted, they will have that self-confidence and it will engage beyond the classroom level and go into the other areas of their lives and of their living. So these are some reasons why you can have extra lessons. Now, you may also say, we don't need extra lessons because some teachers, and it's been found to be true, some teachers almost deliberately, unconsciously, do not do their best, the best they can in class. because they know there's going to be extra lesson, since extra lessons are being paid for and the money will be shared either at the end of the month or in some schools, as we have found, is quarterly at the end of the term. You have everything shared, among the teachers that take part in extra lesson initiative. So that will not be ideal. That will not be nice. That will not be morally right. For that. So at times, some schools will say, no, even some heads of schools will say, no, I will not allow it. If you spend enough time and quality time with your students and things you need to do, you do them well, you do not need extra lessons for these children. So some heads of schools do not allow it in their schools. Now, we also find that the money that is involved in paying for extra lessons, some people find it difficult to pay. So what are we saying? Now, what we in the Education Committee of the Archdiocese recommend is that you can organize extra lessons where you find the need for it. Under no circumstance must extra lesson be made compulsory. Let parents decide that they want to have extra lessons for their for their children, and they pay the money that is you charge for it. And when you as heads of schools have also investigate and looked into the situation in your schools, and you know that your teachers are not being lazy, they are doing their best, and children need this extra support. But we've heard complaints of school. We've been to PTA sessions where parents have complained to us that they say our children must take part in extra lesson. We must pay, and we don't want to pay. So some of them told us about situations where they had 3 children, in different schools. One is in your school, the other 2, or even the other 2 are in two other schools, or the other 2 are in another school. One is in primary, one is in secondary, and all that. And then they say when this one closes, we pick them together, and you are saying extra lesson extends till 4 p.m. or 3:30 or whenever, and this other one has closed and doesn't do extra lesson, and our place is fine. So we want to take them, but sister said, father said, principal said, we must engage us. That should not be. Please. When parents want to have it and you see the need for it, allow them and organize it, for them. But we also know that there have been situations where the extra lessons have been abused, even by parents. Some parents ask you to organize extra lessons for them because they do not want to take responsibility on their children. They just want to dump them with you for as long as they care. And that's part of what Dr. Eze is saying. We must be able to look into the psychology of some of these things and not just, get into them because